Good morning, Parallel Church. Welcome to Teen Day.
Woo!
Who is excited to be here? Yeah, there we go.
There we go. The caffeine's kicking in.
The caffeine is kicking. Speaking of caffeine, can we give a huge shout out to the coffee team for keeping us all caffeinated this morning? Yes. So I am Heidi, and this is Jen, and we are part of the pastoral team here at Parallel Church. Yeah. So I want to give you a quick rundown for those of you that maybe this is your first time here. It's going to be an amazing day. We have high expectations. We're going to go into a couple of worship songs to really just dust off some of the maybe stresses we've come in with and really open our hearts to what God has to say to us today. We're really excited about that. We're going to go into a couple of really great teachings by a special guest speaker.
Yeah.
And make sure you take lots of notes. Get your pens ready. And we're going to have a couple of breakout sessions where we can really dig deep into what we've learned today.
Yeah, guys, you guys are in for a treat. We're so glad that you're joining us here from all of our locations, those that have made a trip in. If you guys are looking for the washrooms, if you just go through these doors here or these doors over here, you guys will find our washrooms if you're new to the building. We are going to have an awesome day. We have Pastor Rich Birch with us this morning. He's coming all the way from Ontario to share with you guys. He's been a friend of our organization for so many years. He's been on Pastor Kelly's podcast, and he's helped us develop some of the behind-the-scenes systems that you guys might not know about, but he's an author. He's been an executive pastor, and you guys, you're going to take tons of notes today. We know it's going to bless you. All right, let's stand up, guys, and let's get ready to worship. Go.
Hands together, come on.
Your way is the only way for me. Christ is my firm foundation, the rock on which I stand when everything around me is shaking. I've never been more glad that I put my faith in Jesus, 'cause He's never let me down. He's faithful through generations. So why would He fail now? He won't. He won't. I've still got joy as I often do. But every song must end, and you never do. So I throw up my hands, I praise you again and again. So all that I have is a hallelujah, hallelujah. And I know it's not much, but I'm nothing else fit for a king, except for a heart singing hallelujah, hallelujah. I've got one response, I've got just one move. With my arms stretched wide, I will worship you. So I throw up my hands, I praise you again and again. 'Cause all that I have is a hallelujah, hallelujah. And I know it's not much, but I've nothing else fit for a king, except for a heart singing hallelujah, hallelujah. So come on, my soul, oh, don't you get shy on me, lift up your soul. You've got a lion inside of those lungs. Get up and praise the Lord. So come on, my soul, oh, don't you get shy on me, lift up your soul. You've got a lion inside of those lungs. Get up and praise the Lord. So come on, my soul, oh, don't you get shy on me, lift up your soul. You've got a lion inside of those lungs. Get up and praise the Lord. So I throw up my hands, I praise you again and again. 'Cause all that I have is a hallelujah, hallelujah. And I know it's not much, but I've nothing else fit for a king, except for a heart singing hallelujah, hallelujah. So I throw up my hands, praise you again and again. So all that I have is a hallelujah, hallelujah. And I know it's not much, but I'm nothing else fit for a king, except for a heart singing hallelujah, hallelujah.
Father God, we thank you that you have brought us all here today. In whatever state you found us in here, God, today, I pray that you do a fresh, give us a fresh perspective, God, of that calling you put on our lives. God, that reason we started serving, Father, I pray that after today we would walk out of here with a better perspective, God, of how our hand fits into this puzzle, God, this beautiful puzzle that you're building. So, Lord, may every heart in here be encouraged today. I thank you, God, that through lifting you up, God, and us being together, that community, that strength, Father, we leave here better than when we came in. We just thank you for what you're going to do in this place today. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. Amen. You encouraged? Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to invite Pastor Ralph up. Let's give a big hand for Pastor Ralph and Cindy. Come on.
So good, man. Wow, this is team day, right? This is good. How many people here for the first time? You can have a seat. First time, that's great. Thank you guys for coming out. Wasn't that awesome? And what this guy's just shredding there. And then, I don't know about you, but I noticed an angel flying around for a while there too. I thought he was gonna bump into Tim because he was pretty crazy. But anyways, what a great day to be Team Day. And then we ended that song with gratitude, right? That song's called Gratitude. And at this time, I'd like to just celebrate some wins that we've had. So if you've had a win in your campus, I know I talked to a few of you previously about what's going on there, but I know Cindy's got one for what she's found. And what I want to appreciate here is wins are something you're grateful for, thankful for. Like you've seen an impact. We're here for love and impact. So maybe it's something you're really thankful for that your campus is doing. Because there might not be a number assigned to it, but we know that it's impacting lives. And it's because of you guys, right? Not the platform. It's because of you guys, because you're in your communities, you're in your workplaces, you're loving and impacting people, and hopefully inviting them, right? But maybe Cindy, you want to start off with that? And Mike's, where's Tim? Tim's going to be our mic, or Brian's our mic guy, and Bryce. So if you've got a thank you or a win that's in your campus or what you've noticed in the movement, go ahead and shout it out or get your hands up, and Cindy's going to start off.
Well, I think for Parallel Church, the parent series was a huge win. Like, I can't tell you how many emails and texts and people that came up to us during each of the sessions and were just like so blessed by it, learned so much from it, and yeah, it was an amazing win.
So that's campus pastors, right? Our opportunity to share. Renee? Go ahead.
I think it's on. Yeah. All right, Renee here from our Tabor campus. We have a program called Healthy Heroes that we started alongside our school division. We got a provincial grant from our government to feed kids in our community, and we're up to, it's a couple hundred lunches going out a week in our schools in Tabor, which is pretty awesome. But that's a win in itself, but just the reach we're having. I was talking with Gil, who runs our program, who was talking with Jen, and even in the Penticton Herald, they put the article in about Healthy Heroes and what the school division and Parallel Church is doing in Tabor, feeding kids in schools. So just what our church is doing, that's being recognized, that we're not just saying like, let's feed the hungry, but like, and working alongside others, we're putting into action, and just seeing how it's inspiring other communities to do that is a huge win. Then another win we want to share is our kids team lead, Anna give a wave, is stepping down in the fall. And so we started, well, it was going to be the fall, but we started praying about like, who's going to replace her? She's done such an amazing job for us over the last year. And we prayed and God answered prayers, and we have Pam and Elizabeth who are going to be taking over our kids area. Yeah, give a wave, guys. So they're going to partner up and lead our kids team starting in July here, and we're so excited to add them to the team. And I just love how God always provides.
Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Come on. Wins. There you go. Pam.
Okay, I'm Pamela from Claresholm campus, and this isn't like a parallel church program, but I'm involved in this kind of drama, comedy, singing group in Claresholm, and we lost our space that we usually do our productions in, and Parallel Church in Claresholm opened up their doors to us to practice there and have our show there. And we have people coming in that have never stepped foot inside a church before, and they just can't believe that they just let us use the space, and they can't believe that it is a church space, because, you know, we have ideas of what church should look like. And they're learning to be actually more respectful of how we run the show. So I don't know. Anyway, and then they were like, well, we really want to give back. So we have a tin bucket and it's getting just full of cash. People just want to keep giving, and I've been able to talk to them about, well, it's going to My City Care, and this is what My City Care does, and they can't believe that a church would support programs like that. So it's
So
pretty
good.
cool.
That's awesome, Pam. That's so good. Anybody else? Shoot your hand up. Come on. Jade, all right.
Jade looked like she was dancing there.
For My City Care Lethbridge, we have, I don't even know where to. Didn't have to stand up. We have so many wins. We had 10 bikes, brand new bikes donated that we can give out. 2 days later, we had somebody that has been in Lethbridge for 14 days and needed a bike to get around, and he wrote this amazing letter in his very hilarious shorthand with accent writing. It was awesome. And just thanking us for that, and just saying it's one of his best days when his whole family's back home. So when he's here, he wants to go out on the bike and be free. And he wrote this very hilarious letter about roaming the streets and forgetting everything, and it was really cute. And so that was a huge win for us. And we also wrapped up Cinderella Project, which was 57 students. Yeah, the stories coming in with that are amazing if you want to share any. We also had both Safeways in Lethbridge start donating food to us, which is huge because our food hampers have doubled since last year. So they've been donating every Monday, which is a mass quantity, like hundreds of pounds of foods in the last month. And yeah, I think there's just lots of wins coming out of My City Care office in general. Just the connections that we've got going down there, seeing repeat people coming through and just helping them with some breakthroughs has been really huge for My City Care.
So cool. We recently got, go ahead. Another one?
Hi, I'm Tanya from My City Care Lethbridge, and I was taking care of the Cinderella Project this year. So yeah, just like Jade was saying, really, really cool program. I've been involved before in years past, but this was a whole nother level. And the team that came up and stepped around us to do this project, because it's a lot of work, it was really, really fantastic. And the stories, we're still just starting to get them coming out, but the amount of students that weren't going to go to grad, like it's stunning. And some people are like, it's just grad, but it's also just grad in a really amazing way. And so amount of these students that weren't going to come, the parents and grandparents that we had in our space to be able to come with the students and have like the whole experience of shopping, and just the gratitude that they expressed, because they said we were not able to do this. Seeing all of our dresses and suits getting a second chance at life was really fun. And I had a kiddo that graduated this year, so I had the opportunity actually to attend my kid's grad and another kid's grad, but and obviously I would never share who they were, but I got to see about 8 of the students that came through our program walk through the stage, and that was next level. Students that I had seen come in to our space, and they were hunched over and they were not secure about any part of, what this process was going to look like, or getting a dresses specifically, but suits too. And to see them, there was one girl in particular, and this girl, I'm not kidding, this girl was shining on grad night, shining. And so that was really just an extra special space to get to see that final piece that we don't usually get to see. So yeah, it was an amazing thing. And our volunteer team was absolutely stunning. And Fresh Start, y'all. That team just comes together, and they tear down and set up like nobody's business. And I'm so grateful for everyone that had any part in helping with Cinderella this year. So yeah.
Awesome. Good deal. Cool. Well, we don't want to spend too much more. We always got so many wins, but also on that note, the Fresh Start Recovery, they were at 26 beds before, and now they're at like 150 or something. So they're impacting our community. We come alongside them here with our gratitudes. Kale's running that And we can just see the numbers growing from that as well. And then Interfaith Food Bank gave us a call a while back and said, we heard you guys help people. And they referred some people that we helped get to a grad. They couldn't make it to the grad. They didn't have the gas. So we were able to say, yeah, we can cover that through our benevolence fund, right? And they just called, left a voicemail, said, thank you. Thank you. We wouldn't have been able to participate in that because it was the first student that in their family to ever graduated university. And their families, Aboriginal family. So that's impacting our community. I also want to brag on, I know that there's some other events coming up here at Parallel Church with Fresh Start as well. There's a big 12-step biker event, and then Paul LaBelle came with this other biker event. They're going to use our parking lot, and Hell's Angels, right? They'll all these different groups will be there, and I'll talk about, that's where Jesus would be, right?
Yeah.
We know that, but go ahead.
With My City Care Okotoks. I just got to share that our My City Care is growing like crazy. Last year, on an average week, we would help 19 individuals. This year, the number is coming in at 42 individuals per week.
Wow.
We're actually looking at extending some of our hours just so we can keep up. This year we've had 16 Cinderella students come through, and the stories that just kids that we're able to impact is unreal. Stuff the Bus is coming up, and we've increased our number of places that want to work with us to be drop off donations. So they're going to open their businesses for boxes so people can come and donate to us easier, which is amazing. And I wanted to share about Easter. Last year, we had 17 Easter dinner hampers go out. This year, we did 35 dinner hampers, impacting over 175 individuals. Of those dinner hampers, 8 businesses came alongside of us and provided the majority of the meals. We didn't have to raise much money at all for that, and it was a community thing. It was so amazing.
That's so good. Again, what you'll recognize is we're going alongside organizations that are doing great things, and other great organizations are coming alongside of us because the church is no longer inside this building here. But get ready for it, because they eventually come and go, what's the source of this love?
Come on.
What is the source of this love? And it's because of you guys when they come here and they feel it. It's acted out, and it's part of who you are, like our usher team and our greeters and our pastors. Joel needs a mic. But it's because of that. So what we do is so necessary, and there's so much more fruit coming. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Amy. This is my husband Mike. We are our house party leaders in Okotoks. And we started a house party back in, I think, October. And it was very kind of sporadic. He's a shift worker, so it was kind of slow going. So we revamped it like a month or two ago to do like a mom's night every Wednesday night, and then a family night with dinners every second Friday. And it is just like totally taken off. It's been so good. Moms just getting together is so important. It's just been really, really good. And then just a house full of families on Friday nights. Yeah, it's been really, really cool to see it just blow up.
So good. Thank you. House party leaders. You know, that's the church, right? In the home. Joel?
I know the campus pastors have heard me share this story a couple times, but there's a guy that I've kind of run into in the community a couple times. And he didn't know who I was, but he ended up coming into church, and kind of his jaw kind of dropped and my jaw kind of dropped because I was not expecting to see him there. And it was just really, really cool because as I've continued to have interactions with him, he kind of had a heart-to-heart with me one day and said that there's only 2 places that he feels like there's self-love, and that's when he goes for therapy, and that's when he comes to church. Wow. And he just was like, I'm a messed up person. With a lot more expletives than that, right. You know, in that sentence. But, you know, but it just, to me, it just reinforced that we're on mission and that we're doing what we're called to do when somebody like that walks in and says that, you know, this is where I feel love.
That's so good. So good. Awesome. All right. You know what? We don't want to not waste time. We don't want to spend any more time because we could go on and on and on because there's stories in every one of your hearts. I know it, from the ushers to the greeters to the teams, to the coffee teams and all that. But we want to get Rich up here. He's flown all the way here from Ontario. And what I want you guys to do is lean in, right? Lean in and listen, because this is gold. This is gold for us. And we want to invest in you and invest in ourselves as well. So come on up, Rich. Thank you so much for coming out here.
Well, thank you. I'm not sure that it's positive that I'm from Ontario. He didn't say he's from outside of Toronto, which is even worse than being from Ontario. But that's true. And I know that. Not many people know that in the Toronto area, that like the rest. That's what I said. The sound guys found out where I was from. Yeah, like they don't know that in Toronto. They don't know that like the rest of the country, you think about what you think about us. And so, but I'm just so honored that you're here. It's clearly the work of Jesus in your life that you'd like someone from Toronto to come here. So honored to be here. So I've got a lot to cover, but actually I wanted to talk about something else. As I've been preparing for this and praying through and thinking about, okay, how do I want to serve you and serve this church? There's two things I wanted to talk about. One is, so this is kind of context for everything we're going to talk about today. Your church is not normal. I don't know if you know that. Do you feel that you're a bit odd? I mean that in the most loving, caring way. But you are. It's not normal that however many people are here would get together on a Saturday to try to grow their leadership. That is not happening at churches across the country. That just isn't. The fact that you're doing, multi-site, trying to reach people all over. Is there people from Lloydminster here? Did I hear that? Is there any Lloydminster people? Or maybe they're watching online. They're online because it's a long ways away. I'm like, that's a long ways away. So it's amazing what your church is doing. And I know, so there's a forest and trees thing, and I want you to hear, if you don't hear anything I say today, because I'm going to talk a lot and blab a lot, but if you don't hear anything to say, I want you to hear this. God wants to do something very unique through Parallel Church. You are not a normal church. And he is doing something really super unique. So that's the first thing. And in fact, how long is Parallel, like this movement, not just the rebrand, but the whole church, how long has it been around? 40 years. Okay, we'll call it 40 years. Okay, so this is literally the thing. This is like the word picture that stuck in my head this week. This is all context. I haven't even started yet. This is the word picture that's been in my head as I think about your church. This is the impact that God has done already through your church. This is what he wants to do. I really do believe that you are on the front end of what God wants to do here in Alberta. I'm not normally the kind of person that says this kind of thing from stage. But I really do believe this. I think, so, and this is not to diminish everything that God's done. God's done incredible things through this church over this last 40 years. That's not to say like none of that meant anything and like only the future means things. No, the scale of what he wants to do is massive. And I really do believe that. I think he wants to do something amazing. And so how does that apply to you today? So my assumption is this. There's going to come a day where you're going to look back and say, remember when we used to do team day and like there was like a couple hundred people there and like we didn't even have to fill out the sides of the room, but now we can't get all those people in one room because there's so many leaders at our church. I really do think that day's coming. And you know what that means for you is you might be here today, you might be serving at Parallel on a team, but you know what, there's going to come a time where we need you to lead that team, the church is going to grow and expand, and you're going to have to go from just a person on a team to the person leading the team. Who would describe themselves as a person that's on a team today? They like maybe serve on a team. Put up your hand. Put it nice and high, friends. That's amazing. So all of you in the next couple years are going to have to lead a team. And so today, all the stuff that I'm going to talk about is really trying to help us think about our role from that perspective. Does that make sense? And that's partly because that's been my experience. So I've had the privilege, the honor of serving at a number of different fast-growing churches that have gone from less than 1,000 to multiple thousands of people, and I've had those days. Like I remember the first day we worked in New Jersey for a long time, and New Jersey's not the kind of place that people go to church. It's kind of like this part of the world. People don't wake up on Sunday morning in New Jersey and say, we should go to church. Like they just don't. This is like an old reference. I used to say at that church, Liquid Church, we were trying to reach the Sopranos, and that is kind of true. Like there are people, you bump into people in New Jersey who like that, they're like that. They're like, oh, I think you're a part of the mob. And you just be really nice to those people. You just compliment them. But I remember the first Sunday we had 5,000 people attend a church. And I remember thinking like, wow, that was amazing. And I had I'm still just I haven't even started yet. Don't start the clock. No, I'm just kidding. I had the same kind of thought on that day. I said, well, imagine what it's going to be like when every Sunday we have 5,000 people show up. And the same thing is going to be true here for this church. You're going to keep reaching people because it's super unique what God's doing here. And so I hope, so as we talk today, I'm talking to you as leaders, people who you're going to lead some teams in the future. So I think I do have some slides. Are those going to show up? If they aren't, that's okay. But are there? Oh, look at that. There looks your logo and everything. Perfect. So although I coach churches, I'm an author, all that kind of stuff. My favorite role is that of being a dad and a husband. And so there's a picture there of my family. So that's me without glasses. I still don't have hair when I take my glasses off. And that's my beautiful, I don't have two daughters. That's my daughter beside me and then my wife. So Haley and then my wife Christine and then my son Hunter. They're both amazing young adults. And my daughter just graduated. Actually on Monday, we have her graduation at university, which is really fun. So that, she's not off the payroll yet. Don't clap too much, but she's an amazing young woman, and then my son is at a school out in Toronto called Tyndale. Just incredible people. I have a passion for helping churches and helping them grow. That's really what I think about, and that's kind of my piece of the puzzle. And so today we want to talk about those kinds of things, and I want to think about the future and think about the future of this church and think about the future of what is it that God wants to do here. That's really where we're going to spend most of our time. But I wanted to spend a little bit of time reflecting on our role in the midst of that. And I wanted to think about the future, but actually I think one of the things we can do as leaders is, they say that thing like history, it doesn't repeat itself, but it kind of rhymes. Have you heard that saying before? That like things when a way to look to the future is actually to kind of look at the past and say, okay, what happened in the past? And we can learn from that. And in fact, I think this is particularly important for us in the church world. Over this last year, I've had an opportunity to travel 3 times to London, which is like not normal. I've never been to London, England in my life, and then for some reason, in 1 year, I ended up there 3 times, which is super odd. And so I've thought more about old churches, and because I was at a church there 6 months ago. I was at a church, and I was talking to this pastor, and they said, that there's been a church on this property for 1,000 years, and I was like, wow, that is old. That is a long time that this church has been here. And so I got thinking about that and thinking about, the church particularly in Europe and how, kind of the impact it's had there. And I got thinking about a friend of mine 2 years ago was at this church. There's a picture here. This is the Duomo, and I'm not saying that right, in Italy. Are there any world travelers here that have been to Italy before? This is in Florence. Have you been to Florence? Very nice. This is, I think this is the right picture of the Duomo. I haven't actually been there. But this is an amazing church, and you should look it up online and look at pictures on the inside of this. And I was talking to this friend of mine, and I was like, well, tell me about this church. Did you know that the Duomo, at one point, every week, 20,000 people would show up to this church to come. It was literally the epicenter of a spiritual movement. It was people from all over Europe would come there. It was an incredibly important place, and a place that God had used. If you were to go there this weekend for Mass, it's a Catholic church, for the church this weekend, guess how many people on average attend the Duomo, that attend the actual service, not as a tourist. Typically somewhere between 12 to 20 people, period. That's it. People seniors in their dying age who go and dying ages, whatever that is, older in life, whatever that is, whatever the polite way to say that is. It's definitely not the polite way to say. Get back to your notes, Rich. Typically people, somewhere 12 to 20 people. What an incredible decline. Right? What an amazing, when you think about that. What, a church that at one point was having massive impact, and generations later, it really shifted from being a movement to really being a museum. It went from, it used to be a place where people would come and encounter Christ, but now today people go and talk about the time that people encountered Christ. Man, I don't want that for Parallel. I don't want that for this church. I don't want that for the future of this movement. The decline took a few hundred years. It really went from being a vital religious faith community to become a monument to a bygone era. Now the problem is Europe and our country are filled with all kinds of these churches, right? Where at one point something amazing happened, but today it's not there. But so what do we do as leaders in the midst of all that? Well, the reality is this. I think that there's a parallel that between what has happened in those churches and what happens with the leaders in those churches, and we can learn from that. We can think about what is the role of leaders in the midst of those churches. And today I want to challenge us. See, most churches, your church, Parallel Church, other churches, they go through these three phases. We're going to talk about them here. These three phases of leadership development, of kind of their impact. And if we don't watch, they'll filter through all three of these if we don't pay real close attention to what our role is in the midst of that. See, most churches start as a movement. They begin at the very beginning as a movement. They're like this explosive growth. Something crazy takes place and the thing gets rolling. Boom! There's like this something amazing. And I'm sure that's the story of this church. I'm sure you have stories from, when you first started, right? There's like, oh my goodness, this amazing thing happened. I remember I was a part of a founding of a church in outside of Toronto called Connexus. And we had one of those moments which we don't talk about that much, but we had this weird moment where we really did believe that God was calling us to start this thing, and particularly, we believed that God was calling us to start a church that unchurched people would love, that people who don't normally attend church, we look around, there's lots of other churches out there for church people. Where do people who don't like church go to church? And we should probably start a church for those people. We still to this day, that church has a huge passion for that. And we ran into a huge financial problem literally in our first month. We had to raise, and I can't get into all the details of it, but we had to raise $600,000 in 30 days. That is a very bad idea. And so, we met, we pulled together, and it was this amazing, moment where we said, well, let's talk to the people we know and pray, and we really felt like God was calling us, and we thought maybe, who knows, we'll see what happens. And so we had a series of conversations with people, and wouldn't you know, he provided more than $600,000 in 30 days. It was one of these kind of boom movements. It literally, out of the gates exploded. We had 1,000 people on our first weekend. The ball got rolling, despite what we, kind of as humans saw, which could have been a huge block to us. But when I look back on that and I think about what was our role, what is the role of leaders in the midst of that? How do we function? There's this verse in Acts chapter 2. Let's take a look at that verse there. It's up on the screen. So this is really Peter's talking about an amazing team day. Peter's preaching, and this is what it says. Those who believed what Peter said were baptized and added to the church that day, about 3,000 and all, on one day. And that's in Acts chapter 2. In one day, Peter gets up and tells the story of Jesus, retells what it means to follow him, and boom, this incredible movement. The church starts with this massive boom, incredible team day. 3,000 people are added to the church that day. Well, what is the role of leaders in the midst of that? See, I think the role when a church is a movement, the role of us as leaders is to be risk takers. You're going to find out why I'm not a teacher here, because I have very bad penmanship. Are there any teachers here? Are there people that teach? You're like, yeah, I don't know how you do such great penmanship. It's amazing to me. See, in the early days of a movement, us as leaders, we step out and we take risk. And I think this is actually a God-given thing that he gives to us, that things that when it goes from not happening to happening, it need a leader to stand in the middle and say, let's do something that's never happened before. Let's try something. And in the midst of that, God steps in and empowers that, often empowers that, and something incredible happens. What an amazing time it is to be alive when you're leading in that kind of church. But over time, given human weakness, as leaders get older, they're not in their 20s and 30s anymore. They're in their 40s. They lose all their hair. They're in their 50s. Maybe I'm being too self-reflective. Tradition starts to settle in, and movements start to shift. And over time, what happens is the church shifts from focusing on reaching other people, shifts on creating the future, shifts on from forging the future, from looking to the horizon, and starts talking a lot about the glory days. They reflect upon what he did in the past. Even their language shifts from let's talk about where he's going to let's talk about what he's done. In fact, over time, what happens is churches shift and they begin to resist change. They begin to resist the things. The ministry is done more by routine and route rather than asking what's next. Where do we go from here? And they shift from a movement to a museum. They become more about the edifice. They get what I like to call the edifice complex. They think a lot about the building. This, and I'm sure this has not happened here in this church, but one of the telltale signs of a museum church is you spend a lot of time thinking about what color is the carpet. And I don't really like the lights. There's too many lights, or maybe the smoke machines. How many smoke machines do we really need? And we spend a lot of time talking about is the music too loud? Maybe we just need to quiet stuff down. It's not like it used to be. It's all kind of bothering me. And the role of a leader in a museum church. See, this is what's happening for so long at the Duomo, right? They built this amazing building, and then eventually, actually, the conversation becomes about the building, and you just actually spend time. And there's actually more people today that work at the Duomo that are there on the historical side than on the church side. There's more what we're going to call caretakers. We're doing ministry out of routine. We're looking to what has been rather than what could be. Ministry is done purely by memory. It moves from a movement to maintenance mode. We shift. One of the other telltale signs of a church in museum mode is our growth is transfer growth. Well, you know what that means? That means you're not running into people who are new to the faith. It's I used to attend the church across town, but I didn't like their building or something that was happening over there. Their carpet kind of bothered me. So I'm coming over here. I like your carpet better here at Parallel. I like the fact that you have smoke and lights. So I'm coming over here. Transfer growth. Man, we've got to fight that, particularly in our country. What happens in this category, in the museum church, we end up with what I like to call sheep shifting. All we're doing is moving sheep from one building to another, and they move from community to community to community, from church to church to church, but we're not actually reaching new people. The role of a leader here is that of a caretaker. See, we have another verse here I'd love to take a look at. Next verse. And Jesus talked about this. He was speaking clearly to the Pharisees at the time, and he said, you know what? You ignore God's law. You ignore what he wants to do, and you substitute your own tradition. See, in this period, it's just about routine, tradition, what we've done. Keep it all the same. Please don't change anything. Please don't change the name. You don't want to change the name. That's too much. I know you guys have been through that. Don't change the name. Everything is, we just need to keep it all the same. Tradition, tradition, tradition. But over time, the reality is, if we continue to slide towards museum and no one turns the corner and no one says, okay, hey, we need to step in and try something different. No one takes risk, then over time, the movement, it becomes a museum. But then over time, if things continue to shift, if we continue down this road, we go from a museum to, and this is the hardest word I have to write on this board today, and I'm not a very good speller, is we go from a movement becomes a museum, which ultimately becomes a mausoleum. See, I can't spell mausoleum. M-A-U-S, that's an A. O-L-E-U-M, mausoleum. See? Mausoleum, something like that. That's how you spell it. What's a mausoleum? A mausoleum is literally a place where dead bodies are buried. It's literally a place where you put things when they are done, when they're over. In fact, lots of these churches in Europe, we don't do this so much in North America, you can actually go and visit their crypts. So underneath of them, and I was actually in a crypt this fall in London, which was the spookiest thing ever. It literally, old saints, like we're propping these people up. This is literally, where these are like, God did something in these people's lives 200, 300 years ago, 500 years ago, and we're going to prop up what's left of their body. A mausoleum is a place of death and decay, representing a time that years ago, there were, God did something here, but it's lost its vibrancy. And there's one church actually in Rome that has 3,000 priests in their basement. 3,000 dead priests in their basement. That's amazing. This is what I like to call a zombie church. The spirits left the building, and it looks a little funky. It smells weird. It's just waiting for the end. I don't know why when I made this, I have the hardest word and the hardest drawing right at the end. So this here, that's a person's nose and their mouth. And then that's like a thing, and that's their foot. And then they have a leg here. You see that? I appreciate that. You're an encouraging. It's that, there's that. They're lying. See, they're kind of lying on the ground. And then look, it kind of smells. So that's like smell. There's like a little, maybe some flies flying around. Those aren't hearts. Those are flies. You see the flies, right? You're an artistic kind of person. You can see. You see the flies. See, this is a future without hope. These churches have a rich history, but no future. There's aging ministries. They lack new, younger families. One of the signs you see in a mausoleum church is there's no young people. I have dear friends of mine that are leading a church like this. They went into COVID with, they had a few dozen people went into COVID, and post-COVID, they're down to less than 10 people on a Sunday. They haven't had kids in a decade or more in their church. Things don't look good. They're closing. It is heading in that direction. It's a zombie church in that it's dead. They just don't know it. Like it's lost its effectiveness, but it's still kind of moving forward. It has signs of life, but really, it's painful to see friends that lead in these time periods. It's painful to see because the people that are there still love Jesus dearly, and they typically do have a heart for reaching the people around them, but it's been years since any of that happened. It's like this verse here in Matthew 23. So again, Jesus talking about what sorrow awaits you, teachers of religious law and Pharisees, you hypocrites. Man, Jesus is so clear. We always think like he's like the meek and mild Jesus, but this is one of those passages where he's not. He said, for you are like what? You're like whitewashed tombs, beautiful on the outside, but filled on the inside with dead people's bones and all sorts of impurity. A church like this over time starts to become putrid. At Liquid, the church I was at in New Jersey, we had a church give us their building, which is amazing. Have you guys had this happen at Parallel yet? You've had this happen, right? You're going to have lots more of that happen in the future. But, it's interesting. One of those churches, as we interacted with it, and you hear a church's story, you hear like what's going on at this church. And over time, what you learn about is, like 20, 30 years ago, well, actually it wasn't that long ago, it was 15 years before they gave us their building, there was, I would say, a significant sin thing that happened in the life of the church. There was impurity at the core, at the leadership of the church, that the church just kind of looked the other way on. In fact, at one point, you could say the church kind of defended what I would say was sinful behavior. There was actually a stench, a spiritual stench coming off of that church. Now, that's not every church in the mausoleum phase, but it's often there. Now, the problem with it is leaders in this phase of the church, this phase of the church, they are really, which they may not know it, but they're an undertaker. Oh, I can't spell it all. This is why I'm not a teacher. I would be talking to myself all day long if I was a teacher. The grade 3s would be like, I think he's crazy. An undertaker. And why is that? Because they need to come to the place where they realize our job, our role is actually to bury this ministry, to close this thing down. I was telling you about that church that went into COVID and I literally just heard this week, went into COVID with a couple dozen people, came out with less than 10, and their building's worth a couple $1 million, and they told me not to tell anyone. And here I am standing in front of everyone telling you this. And, the leader, the guy, the core guy, who's like the kind of head elder in this church, he said, Rich, we gave it to they sold it to this other ministry, and the building was worth a couple $1 million, but, we gave it to him for less than $500,000. And I was like, that's amazing. I said, why'd you do that? He said, well, we added up all the money that we think we've ever spent on this building, and we didn't feel like should really see any more out of this. And these people are trying to reach people with Jesus and reach people for Jesus, and so we asked them for that, and they said, sure, we could give you that. And now there's a vibrant ministry taking over in that space. See, in this phase, the mausoleum phase, leaders are undertakers. They're thinking about, hey, what do we do to bury this ministry? So let's think about this. So for a second, I want you to process this. What describes you and yours? Where do you fit on this spectrum? Where does it describe your church? Where does it describe maybe your ministry, the area that you're reflecting or the area that you're leading? So I want you to reflect honestly on the current state of the thing that you're a piece of. See, it's not just the whole church, but it's individual ministries can go through these phases where we go from, hey, it's like a movement, and then it becomes a museum over time, and eventually, if we don't care for it, it'll become a mausoleum. And we need to think carefully about our roles. How do we function there? Are we taking risks? Are we simply just maintaining what's always happened? Or is it dying? And really our job is to try to put it out of its ministry. See, this doesn't scare me because I think this is actually normal process. This is a normal thing that happens in the life of a ministry. In fact, one of the things I love is at the center of the gospel, the center of this amazing story that we tell people is exactly this, where we see Jesus actually dies and then is reborn, and something incredible comes out of the back end of this. Like this next verse here, right there, John 12, verse 24, it says, I tell you the truth, unless a kernel of wheat has been planted, you know about wheat out here, in the soil and dies. It has to go into the ground, not to be seen anymore. It remains alone, but its death will produce many more kernels, a plentiful harvest of new lives. See, there's something about when a ministry, when something we lead, if it goes through this entire process and then we have to cut it off, it's actually in that God can do something new. So the question I have for you and for me today is, what am I risking in my ministry? What is it that in the area that I'm leading? What is it that I'm leading that maybe I need to get back to? I need to say, hey, I need to cut off some dead stuff. I need to cut off some things that we've done. We're doing things that are not pushing us forward in our ministry. We're doing things that are not helping us reach people here. So we need to get rid of that. We need to be the undertaker, bury that, and then step all the way back to the beginning and say, hey, I want to take some new risk for our ministry. I want to take some new risk in our area. This is true for us as a church, and this church has a history of taking risk. It's not like, this is, in some ways I'm preaching to the choir. You've lived these cycles. You've lived what this looks like. But my encouragement for us as we look to the future is what got us here is not what will get us there. The things that God used up until this point are amazing, but he wants to do some new things. He wants to step out and develop new areas of ministry. Think about new ways of reaching the people around us. How can you shift back to being a risk taker in your area? How can you shift back to finding new things that are going to help propel the ministry forward? So today, as we're going to talk about a bunch of different stuff, you're going to lead with your people. You're going to think about, some breakouts. We're going to pray, all that kind of stuff. I want you to be thinking, what is the risk that God has for me to take in this next season? What is the thing that I need to do to shift our ministry back towards one of a movement rather than a museum or a mausoleum? Can I pray for us? And then we'll move on. Let's pray. Dear Lord, I thank you for this incredible church. I thank you for the way that you've used this ministry over 4 decades or close to 4 decades to reach people in this part of the world and around the world. Lord, I pray that you would continue to do that. Give us clarity on what it means to take a risk in our area. Give us clarity on those areas where maybe we are slipping into routine and we're slipping into the kind of way we've always done it. And we're not asking you, hey, what is it that you want us to do that's different and new? Lord, give us clarity on what those are, even throughout today. Lord, I thank you for this amazing group of leaders. In your name we pray. Amen. All right. So next, I think we're taking a bit of a break, just like a quick break, and then we're back and for one more. Is that true? Yes. No? I'm hearing yes and no. So I'm going to take... we're going to take a 30-second break. Everybody stand up, stretch your legs, and then we'll jump into our next conversation. Yep, that's fine. I can get these guys to move this. Okay. Okay, we're going to jump back in. So let me talk to you about how we're structured. So I'm having 4 different conversations, plus I think there's some breakouts. We're having 4 different conversations. They're connected, but they're different. And they kind of start very broad. So that was very broad. That's kind of like a big idea. Think about those things. And then we're going to get narrower and narrower to like more and more specific team leadership-y type stuff. And then at the very end, at the end of the day, I want to open up into a totally different area, which is I want you to be thinking about externally trends that are impacting our church. Does that make sense? So we're starting kind of broad, then we're going to get more narrow down to like some very tactics, very kind of, I love talking like, I'm a church leadership wonk. So I have this podcast where we like interview every week. We interview people. We're 600 and some odd episodes in, and people are like, I can't believe you talk to many church leaders. I'm like, I would love to talk to them all day long. And we get into like very nitty gritty stuff on that. And I love it. Like, I just think it's amazing. I could talk to church leaders all day. And so we're going to get to that kind of stuff. We're going to try to get to some real practical, things for you. And I've got some slides for this one. I wonder if they're loaded up. I maybe should have talked longer. But this one, so this is a participation. You need to participate. If you don't participate, this is going to be very long, half an hour. So, all right, next slide here. What do you see when you look at this picture? Shout it out. What do you see? You see an old man? You see a couple? You see What do you see? Anybody over here? The people are being quiet back there. Yeah, over there. An old man and a couple. Does anyone see does anyone see just the half of a man's face? An old man's face? Does anyone see that? Put your hand up if you see that. Or you might see an old man and a young woman looks like she's holding a baby. Does anyone see that? Can you see the other one? You see what over the top? Oh yeah, look at that. See there's a woman on the right-hand side. There's the arch, and then there's like a lady looking over there. Oh yeah, there's one there. I've done this 10 times, never seen those people. People are different in Lethbridge. That's great. Anybody see anything else? You see the dog, yeah? Or it almost kind of looks like, the dog almost looks like in one way, it kind of looks like a pipe with there's kind of with the old man's side of his face. It's kind of an interesting one. See that? Okay, let's look at the next one. Next picture there. And there. I love the tech people. It's good. Oh, he's in the washroom. Okay. I'm going to just tell some jokes. Seriously, can we click to the next slide? Oh, there we go. Okay, good. Okay, so what do you see in this picture? You see a baby? Does anybody else see the baby? Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Or there's like a couple. This actually looks like, I live close to a lake. I don't live on a lake, but this kind of looks like where I live. That does look like, when I saw that, I was like that. Does anyone not see the baby? There's a side profile of a baby. Does anyone not see that? Which is fine, that's fine. Like, I still love you. It's, see the kind of outline of the tree at the top. You can see it's like a baby with his hands up to his face. Or they're like, his feet are up, or her feet are up on the right. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. I can't identify that from here. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Almost, I think they may be sucking their thumb. Or actually, the thumb might be stuck up their nose. That was the other thing. It kind of is like... And then there's obviously the people down. Those are fascinating pictures, and I could go on all day. I love these kind of images because, they really ask the question, what do you see? What your perspective on things makes a huge difference. And we're going to talk a little bit about this for a few minutes as a leader. Again, in the context of if you're not leading now, you're going to be leading. So next slide. Mindsets are really important as you lead. The way that you think, the way you frame, the way you think about the people that you lead, it really does drive what we do. So how we lead our people, the way we think about them, ultimately just derives how we interact with them and the actions that we take. You've heard these kind of studies before, right? It's like teachers don't like this. I don't know, I'm picking on teachers today. There's these studies where they have the same group of kids, and they tell one group of teachers, they say, this is like our top class. These people are amazing. You're going to love teaching them. And they go in and they teach them, and kids do an amazing job. Or they tell another set of people that they're testing, and they say, yeah, this is just like a terrible class. They're they don't know anything. They're really rude, and they don't behave well and all that. And the teacher goes in, and that's what happens. And shocker, it's the same group of kids that they've set the mindset between the two, sets of teachers. And why is that? I think our mindset, the way we approach our people, the way we approach our teams is critically important. Next slide. So mindsets drive what we do. What we do shapes the culture of who we are. So when you think about as a leader, this is why being a leader is, it can be a little bit scary because, the way we think ultimately drives our behavior, drives how we interact with people. Then as leaders, the way we interact with people ultimately defines the culture that we're in. That the way we interact with our folks ultimately sets the pace for who they are. And then finally, last slide, and culture eats whatever strategy you have for lunch. So at the end of the day, the culture of Parallel Church, it's paramount. When people come here, and I love that this morning, it's like, wow, we're doing all kinds of stuff out in the world around us, and eventually people will show up here and they'll see it. When they arrive here, the culture, what they experience, and culture can be like, it's like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. Like the experience of kind of them arriving and being here on your teams, interacting with your people is way more important. That culture is way more important than whatever you're doing. And you know this. Like, let's say you run, is there anybody in the guest services team here? Any guest services people? First of all, I love the guest services people. Whoop, whoop, they're good people. You can tell guest services, the strategy for guest services can be stand here, this is the spot you stand in, you hand out, remember we used to have bulletins? I don't do that anymore, but stand here, be nice to people, hand out coffee. You can give them the strategy, this is the job. But if the person that's handing out the coffee doesn't have the culture, it isn't kind of who we are, it does not matter what you put on the checklist for handing out the coffee, it will not be a great experience. That's just true, right? Or it's like, I love the Cinderella project that you guys did. That's heartbreaking, in a beautiful way. Man, that's amazing, right? You can tell the person, here's the checklist. When you interact with a student and you're trying to figure out, okay, how can we help them? Here are the 12 things to say to them. But if the person doesn't have the culture right, if they're not kind of a parallel person, and you know what those people are, you kind of reach them, you're like, oh, that's a parallel person. If they're not that person, that engagement will not go well. The terrifying thing about all of that, if all of this is true, then our mindset, how we think about how we engage with our people, is going to ultimately trickle out and spill out into the behavior of how we end up interacting with the world around us. That is a terrifying thought. This is not one of those encouraging things. This is one of those oh my goodness, I need to think very carefully about this as a leader. This is one of those reasons why I think practically in the New Testament it talks about how, hey, you should not presume to be a teacher, because there will be bigger judgment for those people who are teachers. So Pastor Kelly and all of your pastoral team, they should take that, and I know they do. They should take that very seriously. And part of the functional reason why that is, I think, is because of this. It's actually our leaders, the way they think, ultimately trickles out and becomes, the culture. And if it's misaligned there, then super negative things have happened. And I don't have to give you negative examples of that, because that. There have been, religious movements, spiritual things that have gone sideways, because really at the back, behind all that is bad mindset. So I want to talk about this idea of growth mindset versus fixed mindset. There was this study done a number of years ago by a woman by the last name of Duckworth called Grit. Has anyone read this book? Some people would know this is the popular version was called Grit. Okay, but I'm going to introduce you to it, which is amazing. Let's go to the next slide. And she found this interesting idea, which has been talked about in a bunch of other contexts, this idea between growth mindset and fixed mindset. So a people with a fixed mindset, those people, their orientation to the world is that when I fail, that it will limit my ability. So if things go, they say, the reason why it's called fixed is because they believe that kind of their abilities are fixed, that they're kind of are as they are. Their potential is predetermined. They kind of are who they are. They're not going to develop and grow. They're not going to become new. They are, they're kind of come out of the womb with all the potential they have, and they're not going to grow as people. Some of the other things that people with a fixed mindset, they'll say stuff like, I stick to what I know. So I do my thing and I never, go forward. My abilities are unchanging. I'm either good at it or I'm not. Now, the interesting thing is fixed mindset, this idea of having a fixed mindset can come across, and I think sometimes in the church world, it can come across in subtle ways that actually maybe sound even spiritual, but but are actually undermining our ability to lead. So, it could be, it could come across, fixed mindset could come across with this idea of like, I just am who I am. Like, I'm thankful for that. Like, I don't need to be anybody different. I'm who God's made me. I'm an Enneagram 3, so stop bothering me. Or I'm Enneagram 2, that's just how 2s work. There are stuck people. Now, growth mindset folks, growth mindset people say, hey, when challenges happen in my life, when something goes sideways, that helps me grow. They say, when they think about feedback, they say, hey, I would love feedback because feedback helps me get better. Feedback is constructive. Growth mindset people say, I like to try new things. They say, I can learn and do anything I want. They are, as the word says, they're growth oriented. They're saying, hey, I can change and develop. Now, what we found over time is the kinds of leaders that will lead in a thriving movement are growth mindset versus fixed mindset people. People who have the most what Angela Duckworth calls grit are folks that aren't fazed by negative things that come upon them. They just say like, oh, I'm going to learn from this. This is an opportunity for us to learn and grow. Now, why is this important for leading? It's critically important for leading because I think sometimes we approach our people with a fixed mindset, which ultimately limits their ability. We actually impose on them smaller ideas. We took these same two heads, if you go to the next slide, and looked at it from a team leadership point of view. So if I'm thinking about it from let's say I'm trying to recruit people, if I'm going out and I try to recruit people, a fixed mindset person says, I hate being rejected. If one more person says no to me, they're being shut down. They get shut down by that. A growth mindset leader says they're not saying no to me. It's just a numbers game. Like I'm going to go and talk to a bunch of people, and it's going to be okay. Some people aren't going to join my team, while eventually, if I keep asking, eventually people will say yes. When I think about recruiting on the team leadership side, if I have a fixed mindset, I'm sure none of you think this, but when you think about the people in your church, they would think, fixed mindset people would say, you know what, those people, they're just lazy, the people who do not volunteer. They look at them and say, they're just that way. They're labeling them. So they're saying, a fixed mindset person says, those people, there's like lazy people and non-lazy people. It's fixed. And so we look at people and we say, they're lazy, as opposed to saying, no, a growth mindset person says, it's our responsibility. They're just waiting for an invitation. If we have to frame the invitation in a right way, and eventually they'll come on board. A fixed mindset person, again, they look at other people and they kind of put them in a box. That's one way to think about fixed mindset. They would say, hey, if they cared, they'd volunteer. Like it basically, and again, none of you would say this, but they'd be like, if those people really love Jesus, they would join a team. But that's not how we want to approach them. A growth mindset person would say, they just don't understand the vision yet. It's our responsibility to clearly articulate to them, man, imagine the amazing things that God wants to do through Parallel Church. Why would you not want to jump on board with this? And if they say no, it's like, well, we just got to do a better job at clearly clarifying with them, helping them understand what that is all about. A fixed mindset, there's an external locus of control with fixed mindset people, so they're always looking for someone else to solve their problems. Again, none of you would ever do this, but you'd say, if Pastor Kelly would just talk about my area from stage, then it would get fixed. Like if he could just slip that into, could he just talk about why serving in kids ministry? Any kids ministry people here today? Yeah, there should be lots of you. If he can maybe he could bring a child up on stage and say, man, don't you want to serve children? But we know that that's not true. We know that again, that's an external locus of control. Fixed mindset people say, hey, it's somebody else has got to solve this problem. I'm definitely not going to solve it. Growth mindset people say, hey, well, maybe it's just tapping a shoulder works best, like for recruiting. It's saying, hey, we're just going to keep talking to people. Hey, we'd love to have you involved in kids ministry. So how does that relate? So when I'm thinking about team leadership over these last years, well, come on, next slide. So let's go to the next slide here, which is a simple question, which is how is your mindset shaping the people that you're leading? So one of the takeaways we want us to think about today is, man, how is the way I think about my people, how is that, am I framing this experience in such a way that ultimately people are attracted to it? Am I framing my leadership? Am I framing my engagement with the people that I'm working with in a way that ultimately draws them? And using this framework, am I coming to that from a growth mindset? I'm saying, hey, this is an incredible opportunity for the people around me, for them to engage. What can I do to shift my mindset away from fixed? Where are those areas where I'm saying, oh, I'm bringing limiting ideas to the table as opposed to growth ideas. And one of those things I would say is actually this, which is going to sound a little crazy because I know all of us need more people. Who would say on our team, you'd say, man, we could use some more people on our team? The people that don't have their hands up, that's amazing. I'm like, praise Jesus, you have enough people on your team. Or you're just waiting for the coffee break. It's one of those two. We all need new people on our teams, right? We all wish there was more people, right? And that's partly because we have a lot of ministry to do, but it's also because we know it's a great experience. We know that when our people come and serve, man, it's a transformational experience. But I'd like to postulate for a moment here that actually the best thing we can do the way we think about our teams from a growth mindset point of view is actually to stop recruiting. Next slide. Stop recruiting and start retaining. That actually, rather than constantly looking to the people around us and saying, we need to find 4 more people. I got to find 4 more people. What if we worked harder at making our experience so irresistible, making our service experience so irresistible that people will want to, that it literally will be attracted to your area? Because people will say, man, I don't know what's going on over there in the JK room. I don't know what areas we're talking about here. How do you describe your kids that are like young kids? What's the youngest kid's age bracket here? At preschool, what do you call that? Kids ministry? Preschool? Okay. People are like, man, I don't know what's going on in preschool ministry, but that's like the hottest place to serve. Man, there's amazing things going on over there. What if we thought about our area less from we've got a gap, and more from I want to make what we do so irresistible. Next slide. What if we focused on making our teams irresistible in this next year? What if we said, man, we want to work so hard to ensure that what we do is so incredibly irresistible that people will want to be a part of it? And so there is a good friend of mine, Christine Kreischer, did this huge study. And so I'm going to boil down, it's literally like years of research, down into 5 things. And she found that there are 5 things that irresistible teams that literally are saying we have stopped recruiting because we have just too many people. She found that these 5 things are in every one of these teams. So I want to talk about these 5 things, and then I want to ask you a question, which is, which area do you think you should work on in this coming year? So don't think about the 5, think about the one of them, but I want to describe each one of them. And again, there's a lot we could talk about here. There's a massive amount of research behind this. So first slide. First one is celebrate their significance. So teams that are irresistible regularly celebrate what their people are doing and how it's connected to the vision. Years ago, I remember it was early Sunday morning, and we had a group of volunteers that came and would clean our building, which is amazing. I'm like, that's amazing to me, like that people would volunteer to vacuum the rug at our church. Like, that's crazy. And there was a guy I was working with, and we were meeting early in the morning, and he stopped one of the volunteers and said, the fact that you're here this morning at 7 a.m. vacuuming this up is a big deal. Because you know what? Today, there's going to be some people show up at our church who've never been to church or haven't been to church in a long time. In fact, their impression of church is that it's like moldy and musty and kind of depressing. But they're going to show up today and they're going to see the lines that you're putting on this carpet, and they're going to say, wow, this church really takes care of their stuff. This is not like anything else that I've been to before. In fact, it's going to operate at this kind of subconscious level. They're going to see a bunch of those kinds of details working together, and they're going to walk away and say, church is different than when I was a kid. It's not moldy and musty. And then just walks on. And I was like, dude, that's amazing what you just did there. And the lesson I took away from that is, man, I need to find ways to consistently celebrate the significance of what our people do and how it connects to the vision. It's not enough just to say, hey, you're doing a great job. Thank you for vacuuming. That's 101, celebrate their significance. 201 is celebrate what they did and connect it back to the vision. Say, this is what, when, pastor gets up there and says, this is what we're trying to be as a church, the thing you're doing, let me connect the dots between what you're doing and our vision as a church. Does that make sense? You get that? So the first thing, the people in your teams, if they are going to feel like, oh my goodness, this is an irresistible environment, celebrate their significance. All right, number 2. Fuel meaningful connections. So one of the things that I've had the privilege of doing is, so throughout the years, I had the opportunity to launch a lot of multi-site campuses. In fact, I actually was in the driver's seat of launching 13 campuses directly and recruited over 1,500 volunteers. And I say that not because I'm trying to be impressive to you, but to say I've made a lot of mistakes. Like I've just done a lot of things wrong, and over time you do enough wrong things and they call you an expert. But one of the things that I learned was this whole idea of fueling meaningful connections. And it took me probably 700-800 volunteers before I realized this. So I want to save you the pain from that. People serve in your area because they're looking for relational connection with other people. So they're actually looking for friendship. That they won't say it like that, but actually what they're looking for is they want to get to know people. They want friends. They need friends. This was true pre-pandemic. It's doubly true now. People are looking for community. Now, the problem with this is a bunch of you and me, we're like vision-oriented, take the hill kind of leaders. We're like, it's amazing. We're going to reach all of Alberta. We wake up and think that. That's not actually what people think about. They're like, I wonder if I'll make some new friends today. Like, I wonder if I'll get to know their names. And so we have to think about our experience backwards from, does this thing actually develop relationships? Are we slowing down enough, not just to do our task, but to ultimately make friends? Will that happen? For us at Liquid, that church I was at in New Jersey, one of the things that we did there that was amazing, and I had nothing to do with it, but it's incredible, except I was a cheerleader from the side, was if you served with us, you got to have a meal, you and your family got to have a meal on us at our church, either breakfast or lunch every Sunday, all year long. Now that was easy when we were a church of 700 or 800 people. Like that was like, it's just because, we had maybe 200 or 300 people for a meal, like it was fine. When we were like 4,000 or 5,000, now they're like 6,000, 7,000 people. You're feeding thousands of people every weekend. And the money on that thing is like ridiculous. This is a huge amount of money to do that every single week. But you know what the magic is there? Every Sunday, there's groups of people who are sitting together, having a meal, making friendships, making connections. And what that does is that bonds them together. That bonds your team closer together. So the kind of practical thing is, what part of your experience has your people engaging with each other, developing relationship, not engaged in the task itself? Now, I know that engaged in the task, whatever it is that your area is doing, is a part of how people develop relationship. But what can we do to make it more relational? Does that make sense? Questions? Good? Okay, good. Number 3, provide first-class support. Provide first-class support, get them what they need when they need it. Has anyone ever had a bad volunteer experience in your life? Has anyone? No one here. Everyone has been just positive. When my kids were younger, they were a part of a community. I heard this was interesting. There was a talk this morning about a community plays and stuff like that. So my kids were in a community play, and this particular thing, it was like a volunteer thing, a volunteer-led, and so the commitment with this thing was if your kids are in this, one of the parents have to volunteer in something. And so I was voluntold that I was going to help with the like set building crew, the people that like pulled this thing together to make this. Now, I am not handy. Some of you have picked up on that already by looking at me. They're like, that person has a very white shirt. They are not very good at like making stuff, and that's true. If you made that judgment of me, you were true. I'm not very handy. My dad was very handy. That stuff seems to skip generations. Have you noticed that? Like my dad's super handy, and then I'm not handy. But then like my son last week, he was home for a day off and he's like, Dad, I'm gonna build a pedal board today. And I found this old wood from the barn and I'm gonna like hammer it together and stuff. And I'm like, wow, I have no idea what you're talking about. It seems to skip generations. So that's who I am. I'm not very handy. But I was told you're going to be on the volunteer building crew. Now, I showed up for the first meeting of the volunteer building crew and we're standing around and they're like, okay, so we're going to build sets. And no one had any idea what we were doing. There wasn't anyone on this team that had a plan. They didn't know what the sets were. Like literally, they were like, what's the play we're doing? It was a painful experience. Week after week, eventually so it was like literally the first week was like, does anyone know what we're doing? And it was a bunch of dads, which is probably the problem. And at the end of that first meeting, it was like, okay, well, who's going to talk to their wife to find out what's happening? And so we sent this guy away, and then we came back the next week, and he had a plan. Well, it went from like painful to bad, and then eventually was like mediocrely good over those weeks. The thing that I found that for me was a good, like a good living live example for me was the people that were pulled this thing together hadn't provided us with what we needed. They hadn't given us the right tools. They assumed that we just knew exactly what to do. And we do this in the church sometimes. We're like, you know how to lead the grade 5 boys class, right? You have no idea how to lead the grade 5 boys class. Does anyone know? And so our job is to get people the right information at the right time. This is critically important in that this is an area that we should be constantly improving. So this part of what you're doing here is someone decided we should get these people together and try to develop them. And we'll see if it was helpful that they had me here or not. But the other ones for this year have been helpful. But a part of what we're trying to do here is to give you some world-class support. We're trying to help you. We're trying to give you something for to make your area even better. But we've got to turn around and do that for other people. So what does that look like? That looks like documentation. That's like, here's a list of things you should do. Here's like this is what an average morning looks like. It's like a training video, which could literally just be like you walk around with your iPhone the weekend before and you send it to people and say, hey, this is where you're going to go. It's simple stuff like, what should people wear? People don't know what to wear when they volunteer in an area, so wear the Parallel t-shirt. I'm sure you guys have t-shirts. You must have t-shirts. This feels like a t-shirty kind of church. You got t-shirts? Right? You got t-shirts, right? You got t-shirts. Take a sizable percentage of your budget and spend it on t-shirts. It's giving them, tell them what to wear, all that kind of stuff. So provide world-class support. We could talk more about that. Number 4, next one, empower their passions. Let them lead from their gifts, not from your gaps. Again, I'm assuming you do this, but let's just talk about it for a minute. So there's a balance here between we are in the coming years going to reach more people, and that means that we're going to be stretched as an organization. Like there's going to come times where it's like we just need people to help us with this area because it's a growing part of what we need to do. The difficulty is if we always lead out of our gaps, if we're constantly just filling gaps, then everyone is doing things that they're not wired to do. What we have to do is slow down and understand our people, understand their spiritual giftings, understand their personality, and try to place them less by what we need and more by who they are. Now, a practical part of this, at our church, we have a thing when people come on, when they onboard into volunteering. I don't know what this looks like for you guys. Apologize for that. Should have done that research ahead of time. When they onboard into a volunteering spot, we give them, we call them concierge because we were fancy like that, but it's a person who's going to track with them through their volunteer experience that's not their team leader. So it's someone, do you have something like this? Okay, what do you call it? Orientation. So during orientation, people are going to find out kind of who they are, but if they show up in your area and, you're just so thankful that they're leading. Like, let's say you're the guest services tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow at my church, I take the red-eye flight tonight. This is great. I land at 5:30 in the morning, and then tomorrow morning, I'm volunteering at my church on the parking team. I would say I'm not gifted for the parking team, but I'm on the parking team. And so I'm going to be standing there parking people. I'm not sure what that has to do with what I'm talking about. But if I was always on the parking team, I would want someone from the orientation team to come to me and say, do you feel gifted to be on the parking team? Do you feel like you have the gift of holding a sign and being nice to people on the way in? And I probably would say yes, actually. I kind of like it. It's kind of fun. but we want to ask people, want to give people, that's hard for me to say to the parking guy, right? The guy who runs the parking team, that's a difficult conversation to say as a leader. That's hard, or as a person that's serving on his team. That's hard for me to say, oh, I actually don't feel gifted in this area. So giving people the relief valve, which means in your area, the what's the word I'm looking for there? Clearly not finding it. The more open your hands are with the people that serve in your area, the more people you'll attract to your area. If you grasp tightly to people, none of you would do this, but it's like, once you're on my team, I'm never letting you go. That reputation gets out there, and no one will ever serve with you. But if you're the kind of person that asks them, you've been serving with us for 3 months in the grade 5 boys' room. How's it going? Do you feel like this is really great for you? If it's not great for them, and you know it's not great for them, you know that it's not great for them, and they'd be better on somewhere else, then help them get onto that other team, because that's a win for them, and it's ultimately a win for the church. So have more open hand, let them lead from their gifts, not from their gaps. We're coming down. Number 5, and then I'm going to ask you, what area do you need to develop in? Number 5, develop leaders. So everyone needs an apprentice. So the core idea here, the difference on teams that are irresistible, where we can stop recruiting and start retaining, we have the mindset that says, hey, what can I do to develop a place that people want to be a part of, is actually we're just trying to, the way to develop leaders is we're constantly saying, hey, come alongside with me. We're constantly having other people who are saying, hey, join me as I lead. Not a rocket science idea, but actually really hard to implement across the entire church. But I would strongly suggest in your area that if you look around and say, I'm the only person leading this area, that your next step would be say, who can I get to come alongside me? I'm going to keep leading, but this person's going to lead with me. I'm going to have them lead alongside, because you know what? Eventually what's going to happen, you're going to launch a new campus, and you're going to need to send people somewhere else, and that person will have journeyed with you through this experience. Wow, that would be amazing. Or, your team's going to expand and grow. You're going to add a new service time. You're going to do something, some other kind of expansion. And then, man, you've had this person coming alongside you. Leadership development, at its core, its most effective, is literally just journeying with an apprentice. That there's every other form, and Christine's research shows this, every other form is substandard compared to that. We get people into classes, we give them books to read, we say, watch this video. All of those things are fine, but actually the best way to develop leaders is to have them apprentice, to come alongside you. And so my challenge for you in this last area would be, if I don't have an apprentice, what do I need to do between now and the fall to get an apprentice? Someone who, and literally what you say to them is like, hey, I lead this area at the church. I'm wondering if we could do it together. Could we co-lead this area? And maybe for the first 6 months, I'll do it and you can watch. Like literally, I'll send the emails, I'll send them to you ahead of time. What do you think about this? And then I'll do it and then send it. And then eventually what will happen is you'll do it and I'll watch you do it. Wouldn't that be kind of fun over the next year? Let's try that together, apprenticing. All right, so 5 traits of irresistible teams. They celebrate their significance, they fuel meaningful connections, they provide first-class support, they empower their passions, and they develop their leaders. So here's the question part. I told you it was coming. You have to participate. And then coffee's coming. Then we'll go to coffee. What area of any of those you feel like, ooh, that's an area I could turn up the volume on in my area, my leadership in this next year, let's say. I'd love for you to raise your hand and explain why that area. Yes?
That's awesome.
Love it. What area do you lead in? What area do you lead in?
Claresholm campus.
Oh, that's God's favorite campus, I hear. That's what I've heard. That's great. Love it. Other areas that you were kind of stuck by, like, oh, that could be an area that could. Yes, over here. Yep.
Yeah, I think fueling meaningful connections. It's me and my wife lead the service programming team at our Tabor campus. And it's something that we've been working on a little bit over the last probably 3-4 months as well, and trying to get some things off the ground. But it's something that we've kind of identified really needs to change. We're very technical and very, we do this, then this, then this, then this, making sure Sundays happen, but making sure that we're making those connections, those relationships with our team for sure.
Love it. We had, I've done a bunch of portable. Are any of your campuses portable? Are Okotoks? See that? I got it right. set up, tear down. Sorry, I was struggling with. We were out for dinner last night, and I was struggling. Okeechokes. Sorry, I'm from Ontario. Just blame it on Toronto. Set up, tear down, and I had one of these on that relationship thing. So the set up, tear down. Typically, guys. I'm not trying to be sexist, but it usually is guys in that area. Not exclusively, but usually guys. And they can come across as people who don't want relationship. Can I be honest here? Is this a safe place for me to say this? Because they're like setup dudes. They're like, I want to get this stuff done. And they're like, guys are really into it. Years ago, we were at Christmas Eve. We had a bunch of campuses that were portable, and we were doing Christmas Eve. And our thing we had said to our staff was, okay, so no one leaves until the last volunteer leaves. So all staff, the staff will be the last people to leave. Now we don't do that normally because our setup was like stupidly complex. Literally a transport trailer full of stuff, all this stuff, we like set up and tear that down. And so this is a very long story to get to a very tender moment. It's coming, wait for it. So we're tearing down and hanging around, and then at the end, because we talked about the food thing, so we would, at this particular location, we were meeting in a Hyatt hotel, which was really nice. And so the way we did that was for our setup team is we would order appetizers and sit around, at the end of the day. And again, we had said, and I was the one that made a big deal. This is one of those things. As a leader, you say things and you have to live by it. I was the one that was like, we're going to stay until the last volunteer. And so I'm sitting there, and there were 2 volunteer guys left on our setup teardown team. And we're sitting there, and we're having, some calamari or something. And I'm like, when will these people leave? I got to go home. And one of the guys says, and he gets like kind of choked up. And he says, this team has been amazing for me over this last year. He's like, you guys feel like my brothers. Like, I really count it a privilege to be here. Now, this person, you would not normally look at them and say, that's how they think about this thing. They're a setup, teardown, technical, service programming person. But the lesson I took away from that was how important that is. At every team, we've got to drive relationship. We have to create opportunities for people to actually get to know each other and to build those kind of bonds. And it looks different. Every person has what a friendship looks like can look different for sure. And maybe one more. Anyone else? One of those 5, they're saying, I think that's an area I'd like to work on in this next year. One more? I'm going to be the preacher that's like, the buses are waiting. That's an old reference right there. Yes, right there. Thank you. I see that hand.
So in developing leaders and bringing along apprentices, what does that look like practically for a leader who's, you're busy, you're in the trenches? How do you effectively bring your apprentices along and not leave them behind, but how do you help equip them in that journey?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think the key, so a couple months ago, I was interviewing a church that does this, and this is on my podcast, and I knew this is what we were going to talk about, and about 2 days beforehand, the pastor that I was interviewing said, hey, I just got somebody else that's going to come on the podcast with me. Is that okay? And I was like, yeah, that's great. And it did not dawn on my brain until I'm halfway through the podcast, and I was like, oh, like this guy's literally modeling what he's saying here. Like this person is just coming alongside me with everything that I'm doing. And so when I first, way back when I was in high school, I was discipled by a guy that lived this out. And what apprenticing in that relationship looked like, it literally was just come and walk alongside the road with me as I do this thing. And so that's difficult to do. It's not easy. But even if it's in a staff situation, there's usually someone who is could be like your right-hand person, and it's like, I want you to come alongside and see this stuff. Come to the meetings, even if it's just come and sit in, come and have the conversations. This is, at Liquid, we live this out with our, we call them associate campus pastors, and we were like you, we were growing, adding campuses, and we were bringing in leaders from the marketplace would typically end up being our campus pastors. We've found that. I don't know if you've found that they weren't necessarily folks that had come up through, traditional, gone to Bible school and all that stuff. And one of the things we realized was, you can teach people theology, you can get them to read books, you can get them to, even you can teach them leadership. But one of the things you can't do is teach them pastoral care. It's very difficult to, when someone is sitting across the table from someone and they say, I think I'm going to leave my spouse. you want that first interaction, like the first minute really matters in that dialogue, and you kind of don't want someone to flub that interaction. Like you want them to have seen that a few times. And so in our world, we identified, this is an example of that, I'm trying to give you an example. We identified people who had said to us, hey, I might like to do that someday. I might like to become a campus pastor. I might like to come on our staff. And so what we did was we said, okay, we'd love for you to be what's called an associate campus pastor. And sure, you have to do this 12-week thing, got to read all these books. But then the back end of it is our campus pastors are going to, from time to time, end up in these pastoral care engagements. Hey, can you come and we're going to talk about this. We got to do this thing. And what we're going to do is we have a group text, and we literally just say, hey, I'm meeting with this person on Tuesday, and it's like, it's a little bit of, this gives you a bit of insight into New Jersey culture. We're like, the first person that says, yes, they can come, they get to come alongside and do a ride along with that person. And so we'd say like, oh, I'm meeting with this family, 3 days from now, who wants to come? And a campus might have 4 or 5 kind of associate campus pastors. And the first person's like, yeah, I'm in, I'll come and meet you. And we just tell people that, like, hey, if there's any of these kind of engagements, you're probably gonna have somebody else there as well. And their job at the beginning is literally to do nothing but pray. Come and sit and pray, which I loved as a pastor. I loved having someone else with me that, I knew, because usually in those situations, you usually know beforehand, like, oh, there's something here. And then eventually what happened over time is a number of those, and this is what's happened over years now that they've been doing that, is you walk alongside with those people long enough to eventually you're like, well, what do you think? And then they would engage with people, and eventually the point where like, hey, we'd love to release this person to actually pastor because they've seen enough of that kind of stuff. So apprenticing, so this is an area where I would say I have to continue to learn to grow, that I can be a lid on that. I'm not bringing enough people alongside. All right, it is 10:50. I was supposed to be done this section at 10:30, so I am 20 minutes late. So I apologize for that. But I think we're going into a coffee break next. So do you want to tell us what's next there?
Add one little thing. One little thing is just listen for truth. Right? Not everything's going to feel good that you hear, but we're not focusing on that. But that often shows us areas that we go, man, we can do better at that. Because, man, this whole thing is about, like, what all I heard there was come alongside and inviting people to that and then equipping them in that, right? So good. But we've got a break. We're going to be for 15 minutes, right, Heidi? There's snacks in the back. If it's gluten you're looking for or not looking for, it'll be on the label. Right? If it's gluten-free, it's on the label. There's coffee there. There's snacks there. Anything that's not packaged is not gluten safe. That means it's full of gluten. And you can fill up on that. All right? So we're going to take 15 minutes. Tim's going to do some giveaways after that too as well. So be listening for that. But let's do a quick break, bathroom break. We're going to get back to it real quick. So that'll be 5 after 11 by that clock.
on. Got to come back to your seats. We're going to get started here. If you look very carefully, I have 3 giveaways here, and these are what I call mausoleum juices. We're going to make it happen. But you can't get these easily. Now, these are for, those that are getting a little bit, you're fading before lunch. We can't do that. That can't happen. So have a seat, and we're going to do a little trivia. You ready? Oh my gosh. Are you ready? Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. First person to raise their hand to tell me which celebrity Pastor Ralph looks like and is most commonly confused with. Where are we at? You see Keith Urban? Okay. You know what, Jerry? Come on up. That was brave. Let's go. Are you a regular drinker of Red Bull? Red Bull? I'm glad we clarified that. Okay. Like, this is meant to get your heart pumping faster. Okay. Come on. Celebrity. We had a hand here. Yes, go. Gordon Ramsay. Which flavor would you like? This one? Original? Okay. Second question. Second celebrity Pastor Ralph is most commonly confused with. No, that was already done. No. Who? Carney dude? Like a carnival guy? Dana Carvey, there it is. Final one. Nigel, have you heard Nigel Farage before? I'll take it. Well done. We're going to add that to your list. Nigel Farage. Dana Carvey, Gordon Ramsay, Keith Urban, Nigel Farage. What's that? The keyboard player from the band Chicago. Okay. Truth of the matter is, guys, we couldn't, this wouldn't be what it is without you. It doesn't work. I mean, like, God's pushing the motor, but a lot of you are the ones that are helping fuel the gas. So I just want to give a big thank you to our volunteers. We have a video that we'd love to show you, so we can go ahead and roll that. That would be awesome.
Parallel Church, we could not do it without you.
All right, guys, we're back with another video, but this time we're in person and we're on the screen. And I want to say, hey from Okotoks, and I got to tell you, I have the best team, believe it or not. I mean, we can debate, we can fight over that all you want, but I have such a great team, and I'm so grateful that we get to serve every week together. You guys are awesome. So thank you for being a part of the team, and I look forward to serving many, 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 many more Sundays with you. If you guys are ready, I'm ready. Let's go!
Hey guys, Pastor Brian from Claire's Home here. You know what? Today is an amazing day because we get to celebrate one of the most important group of people that we have, and that is you guys, the volunteers. We could not do what we do if it was not for you guys. You know, you guys are the absolute best, and everything you give makes a difference in the lives of those around you. And we just have to say thank you so very much. Bless you guys.
Hey team, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to you guys for everything that you do on a Sunday morning for our campus. You guys are so appreciated. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, it's Pastor Mike from our Lloydminster campus. Just wanted to say a big thank you to all of our volunteers. Thank you for serving, thank you for caring for people and loving people in our church and in our community and using your gifts. You are so valuable and so loved. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day and enjoy being celebrated.
Well, hey everyone, we just want to say a huge thank you for all the time and all the effort that this team has put in. It takes an army to reach people digitally through the online campus, and you're the team that's making it happen, and we couldn't be more grateful for what you do.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to the My City Care teams across our locations, guys. You really, truly bring love and impact to life across all of our communities. Thank you guys for being rebuilders of cities and restorers of homes. You make it a joy to do what we do. We thank you guys so much for all the time and effort. We just wrapped up Cinderella Project, and you guys did an amazing job across all of our locations. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of our hearts.
Hi guys, it's Lorna with My City Care Okotoks. And I just wanted to extend a great big thank you to my team here in Okotoks. You guys are amazing. Every week you rock it. During our projects, you rock it. You're loyal, dedicated, and hardworking, and I couldn't ask for a better team. Thank you guys so much.
Man, what a group of world changers. You guys are making such a difference in this community, in this church, and on this team. From the bottom of my heart and from so many other people, we just say thank you for what you are doing. You do things seen and unseen, and guess what? There's fruit from what you're doing, seen and unseen. Never forget the difference that you're making and what you're a part of. We love you. Thank you for serving with us, and we hope you have a great summer.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to our amazing kids team. You guys just rock it every single week, and we couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you very, very much for what you do, and we love you guys.
Hey everyone, just wanted to say a big thank you to our Tabor volunteers and everyone across our campuses who do such a great job just serving every Sunday. We're so proud of you. We couldn't do this without you.
Just thank you to the host team for always showing up and treating this like your home. We very much appreciate you.
And thanks for coming to visit us at the coffee bar.
And thank you to the kids team. We couldn't do what we do without you.
Thank you to everybody who volunteers for My City Care. This community is being impacted thanks to people like you.
Thanks to the service programming team. We appreciate everything that you guys do.
And for all that you do, you are so inspiring. We can't do this without you, and you are so appreciated beyond what words can even say. So thank you.
Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Keep those hands going as I invite Rich back up here. Come on, let's give a big hand for what he's given us this morning.
Okay, so remember we said we're getting more and more practical, and then I'm going to end with these three trends that are impacting your church you might not know about. So this is like the most super concrete thing that I want to give you today in the next half an hour. Is that where we're at? Half an hour? So a quarter to. Okay, so every week your people come together, and if you're leading a team weekly, and again, you might be a person on a team, eventually you're going to be leading a team. What we're going to talk about in this time period is I want to give you one behavior that I think, having watched so many team leaders over the time, watching people who lead volunteer teams, that this one behavior, if you do this right, it makes everything else that you do so much easier and so much better. So before we get to that, I'd love to hear, and this is audience participation time, so I need you to participate. When you think about team members, team people that come and serve in your area, or this could be people you serve alongside, that are maybe not performing at the level that you'd like them to perform, like maybe there's not going quite well, and this could be theoretical, like it's not actual. Everyone on your team does an amazing job, but what would be some of the telltale signs of a person that's serving in your area is like it's maybe not going how you'd like it to go. Like you're like, that is maybe not exactly. This could be like maybe they're low energy, or like they're not aware of what's going on this morning, or they show up late, or those kind of things. What would be a couple of those things? Some telltale signs of people that are serving in your area that, hey, it's maybe not going exactly how you want it to go. Who would like to volunteer? It's a tough question. You're asking people to be a little bit negative, a little negative. Yes, okay. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So true. They like show up and they're like, they haven't listened to any of it. They don't know what's going on. That's good. Okay, good. Other, yes, way back here. There's one over there. I see that. Are you fixing your hair? Oh, no, you got your hand. Okay, yes. At the back over there. That would be amazing. Stand up or give us a shout. Oh, I took it away from you. I am so rude. I don't want to hear from you. Take the mic from her and give it to her. No, yes. Sorry. Yes, I'd like to hear from you.
And if they're not getting down on the kid's level and like getting on their knees and like looking them in the eye and like directly relating to that kid, and they're just disengaged and they're just there to like for a shift basically, like that's a telltale sign.
Yeah, I love that. That's so good. Or I don't love that, but I understand what you're saying. And again, I apologize for that. And then back here now, it would be nice to hear from you.
I think when they show up to serve and they've been up all night,
okay,
and they come and they say, "Oh, I'm so tired," and they're leaning up against the wall, and just taking that time to do some self-care before you show up,
yep,
is huge.
Love it. Yeah, so like kind of low energy, right? There's this like, oh gosh, almost lethargic. You know, they're yawning all the time. Over here, yes, I see that hand.
Yeah, I think this one can go across all teams when people see the negatives before they see the positives, and they start pointing those out before they see the good things.
Yeah, love it. So good. I work with a lot of young leaders in a part of what I do with my life, and one of the things that I talk with young leaders all the time is like people that just identify problems. That's not actually leadership. That's just annoying. Like you identify problems, but then you have to then also say, okay, but it's a part of it. It's a part of it because leadership is about leading people to or taking people to a more desired future, and so a part of that is identifying what is a part of this that is not a part of our desired future. But yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. Anyone else? Anybody else have anyone? Yes, right there. I won't ignore you.
Thanks. For my city care, it is when clients come through the door and get told no to stuff that we would normally say yes.
Oh.
Just with volunteers being a little bit more snarky and less forgiving. We're
Okay.
all about giving them grace and meeting them where they're at. And sometimes you can see people are just a bit off by how they're treating somebody else.
Mhm.
They're great with other volunteers in the team. It's just that person coming through the door, which is always our number one.
Right.
But
Okay. Yeah, and there's a I would imagine in your area with My City Care, when you're doing kind of direct work with, what would you call the people you engage with? The community clients, whatever the people you end up engaging with, people you're trying to love, that they, there's like heart stuff. They got to have their right, as a leader, you've got to have the people that are engaging, you got to have your heart in the right spot and be ready to engage them. That's good. So all of these things we're going to be able to solve with this thing today. The real practical thing we're going to talk about, yes.
When they don't accept or decline a volunteer
Oh.
request and then just don't show up.
Ew. Do you guys use Planning Center? Yeah, man, like press the green button, friends. Yes, 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 I'm gonna be there, yes. Yes, pick one or the other. That is true. Not knowing that is so true. Yeah, that's great. Any other, one here, yes.
I was going to build off of that. When they normally would be replying and saying, and they start either not responding or declining without like a reason or without talking to you.
Okay, yeah.
Like a change in that behavior.
Yeah, that's true. And some of that can be people starting to, fade from the ministry, right? Like where they're just not as committed as they used to be. I don't know if you've seen this, but I've seen this at our church, and then just even with churches I've worked with. There's something like there's a good thing post-COVID where I think people are they're kind of more. They have better boundaries is probably the way they think of it. Like they're and so it's easy to say no to stuff, but there's like a pullback part of that that's negative. They're pulling out a community. That's interesting. Okay, any others? One more over here.
I would say that, like on the host team, if our greeters are just chatting with each other and there's people walking by and not saying hi or interacting with them.
The cardinal sin of the host team. Right. Why are you talking to yourself? Go talk to those other people. Yeah, that's good. I love that. Yeah. So, yes.
Yeah, just one other thing that I've noticed in teams is like if somebody isn't willing to like make a decision or like stops kind of engaging in that, where say like myself or my wife are not there as the service programming leads, and if they struggle to make a call on something that we know we've trained them to do, there's probably a disconnect there somewhere where they don't feel empowered to make that decision, and so that's usually it can be a little bit more of a leadership thing on our part, something we're probably missing. But
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's good. All right, so what we're going to talk about for the next 20 minutes or so is huddles. Huddles. Anybody's saying huddles are going to solve all those problems? I believe they will. I do think that by huddle, I mean gathering your, and you might have different language for this here, gathering your leaders before you do the thing that you're going to do to talk about the thing that you're about to do. So it's not just slipping into, okay, we're going to like just start serving. So it's not like, okay, I'm so glad you're here, just go and start serving with people. It's actually before that, it's building a culture that forces, we're going to get people to arrive at least 10 minutes early, and we're actually going to have an experience with those people that is about getting them framed up for the thing that we're just about to do. Now, most churches that I've engaged with, this area, even if they do it, it can be improved. And actually just focusing on this one tactic and saying, hey, I want to get better at this piece, will increase the effectiveness of your ministry area. All the areas that we just talked about and the problems we talked about, I really do think if we could get people to come and to be there 10 minutes before they normally would be there, and we would craft an experience, which I'm going to talk you through some things that you can do to make that a high kind of impact experience. If we crafted that experience well, the outcome in the rest of our time together would be exponential. There's an interesting leverage point that, like us investing in these few minutes ahead of time to do that well, to craft that experience well, ends up paying dividends in their entire experience. Now, the thing that's interesting about huddles, next slide, is there's a bunch of types of teams that do huddles all the time. And, when we think about huddles, we often think about, football teams. And my nephew played college football out east in Canada, and he was a receiver. Do we have any football people here? I'm getting very close to the edge of what I know about football. Okay, so a couple things here. I don't know much about football, so just forgive me. I apologize. So he was a receiver, and I was talking to him about huddles once, and I said, "What happens in that huddle? Like, what are you doing there?" And he says, "Well, like." Our quarterback, he's a receiver, so he's like, our quarterback's talking about the plays that we're going to run. And I said, well, tell me about that. And he said, well, I have 3 patterns that I run. Does this make sense, football people? I have 3 patterns that I run. And depending on the play that we call, I'll end up running those patterns. Now, think about that for a minute. This guy is a college football player, played for 5 years on a great team, and he has 3 ways that he runs on the field. That's it. Like, he's like, I'm going to run this way or this way. That's it. That's all I'm going to do. But this team, they still have to get everybody together before they're about to do that thing and say, okay, everybody, let's remember this is what we're about to do. This is why we're here. This is what we're about to make happen. But actually, football teams are not the only teams that do this. I don't know if you know this. Do you have any surgeons in the room? Any surgeons in the room? Anybody that cuts people up for a living? Okay. So surgeons actually, high-performing surgery teams do huddles before every surgery. They pull together in their surgical suite, and they talk through, this is what we're going to do. And everyone gets introduced in the room. Did you know this? This is the thing that happens. Hi, my name's Rich. I am their surgeon today. And then every person that's in every position, the anesthesiologist, they'll talk about their stuff. And again, I'm not a doctor. The various nurses and whoever is the team that's involved and they talk through, this is what we're about to do. We're going to cut this person over, and they say, hey, this is Rich, and he is late 40s, early 50s, has no hair, and clearly has issues with that because that's the second time he's mentioned it today. And this is the thing we're going to take out of his body. This is what we're hoping for. Here are the 3 things that we're interested in that might happen today that we want to think about. And then they, okay, 3, 2, 1, cheer. Oh yeah, boom, and then they go and make it happen. But so they do it. Did you know that astronauts do this all the time? So like on the International Space Station, before they're about to go and do some sort of complex activity outside or inside the International Space Station, they get together. These people have been living in like the size of a shoebox together for their lives. And they've said, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to spend a few minutes and talk through what we're about to do. Let's talk about what is about to happen. So Bob's going to go do this. Ernesto is going to go out there. He's going to do that. We're going to talk it through. This is what we're going for. And then 3, 2, 1, yay, we go and do it. Now, so why do I mention this? Because for some reason in our areas at church, those things are incredibly complex and incredibly important. And if they feel like, man, and they're led by some of the smartest people in the world, who are doing activities that are like make a big difference, if they are doing that in their area and they do it routinely, they say they've routinely said, we've got to get together with our people before we do the thing that we're going to do, why would you and I think that we shouldn't do that in our area? Why would we think if a football player who literally runs on a football field, he's only got 3 potential ways he's going to run. He can remember those. Like, okay, we're going to run them this. I don't have to get together. Why do they decide, hey, it's important for us to talk about this before we go? Or if some of the smartest people in the world, surgeons, are going to get together with their people, and they think it's important to connect. One of the things that they do is actually say everybody's name in that circle. If they think that that's an important thing, and that's like a whole other conversation. Why is that important to know the people that you're working with? If that group has decided, hey, it's kind of important for us to know the people that we're serving with, you think that if they can do it, if they can set the time aside to do that, do you think we can get people to come 10 minutes early to serve in kids ministry, to get to know each other a little bit? Do you think we could do that? Or, that idea of the, International Space Station people, like those people, man, they're some of the smartest people in the world. And they've said, we need to remind each other what we're going to do right now. We need to get together ahead of time to talk that through. That's what we're talking about with a huddle. It's getting your people together before you do the thing that you do, so that everyone's super clear on exactly what's about to happen. And so I've got 6 questions for you that would define, we can go to the next slide, 6 questions to know if your huddle is a win. So my assumption is that you're going to want to do these, that you are like, okay, and this functionally, in most churches, what it looks like is you've got to ask people to be there earlier, which I know already some of you are like, I can't get my people to show up on time. Now you're saying, I want them to come earlier. But that's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to convince them, man, this is an amazing experience. And so let's talk about sticking with the keep retaining rather than recruiting. How do we make that a great experience for people? How do we make it the kind of thing that they'll want to be a part of? And so we've got 6 questions here we want to go through, and each of these. So I would say if I'm in your huddle tomorrow, you're leading, I would say every one of these questions you should be able to answer, and it'll give you a sense of, was that a win? All 6 of these we have to do every single week, week in, week out, which makes it difficult. But we've got to do one of these. So the first one is, was it fun? Fun is the great glue that holds relationships together. And, people should, even though we're doing something really serious here at church, like what we're talking about has eternal consequence. Like, tomorrow people are going to come face to face with Jesus, and they're going to turn from, death to life. That's like as serious as it comes. Like all that other stuff we talked about, football games, surgery, International Space Station, not that, life and death. But life and death, this stuff's life and death, what we're doing. But when people come to our experience, it should be fun. Like, they should be like, wow, people, and what do I mean by fun? I mean, people should laugh. Like, it should be like, oh, this is a good thing to be a part of. Let me give you some examples. So, over the years, I would say we talked about our Set Up Teardown crews. setup teardown crews can be stoic gentlemen, but people like to have a good time. And so you've got to find people in your midst who are like fun generators. They may not be you. Like it might be somebody else, and you might already know this person actually as I'm talking. You're like, that person just seems to be like, it seems whatever they do seems to come off as kind of fun. And so we were trying to turn the volume up on this this area, and we were like, okay, what can we do to make those huddles more fun? And so one of our leaders came up with this great idea. They're like, you know what we're going to do this weekend is, because it was the middle of the winter time, and we were in Ontario, and it was snowing, and you're familiar with that here. You have snow here, right? You guys have lots of snow in the wintertime. It's super cold. So as that group showed up, this team leader got a friend with a steel drum and had that person playing the steel drum, and they were serving frozen drinks that were virgin frozen drinks like virgin pina colada and virgin whatever in the middle of the wintertime to that setup teardown crew as they arrived. Now, it's hard not to have fun in that kind of environment. You're like, man, that is so fun. What a goofy, fun kind of thing. Now, it doesn't need to be that. It could be something as simple as like, we're going to play a game at the beginning of what we're doing. What just happened, what you just did with the Red Bull, you could literally take that exact same thing, take that exact same question, run it tomorrow, and you would have to say Dana Carvey. I can't unsee Dana Carvey. You've put that earworm in my head now, and people are saying, how was your weekend? I said, well, I went to a church where Dana Carvey's now a pastor. I didn't know that. But it's looking for how it's fun. People, this fits in that category of if, like we have tasks for people to do, people are busy in their lives, and I know you know this, you're here on a Saturday when there's other things you could do on a nice June Saturday, they then be here, but it's our job to make sure that they're enjoying their time with us, that this feels like, wow, this was fun. That's a part of that relational thing that we were talking about. Fun is the first one. Was it fun? All right, next one. Was it no more than 10 minutes? Now, I'm using 10 minutes because that's just the time framework that I'm, basing this on, but you should ask your leader type people. You should agree on this together. Do you have a sense of, do you guys do these kind of huddly things now systematically across the way? How long would you think is a reasonable time? Is 10 minutes reasonable, or should it be 15, 10, 15, 10 minutes? Okay, that's great. The reason why this is important is you do not want to belabor the point. So this is like, if you've ever worked with kids and you're playing a game with kids, you know this. You finish the game when they're enjoying the game. Because if you keep going and they do not enjoy the game, they will torture you. They will pull you on a rack and say, this is terrible. If you try to squeeze all the goodness out of this thing, you will not work out well. So the same dynamic applies here. In fact, I would say you want to, if anything, go short. So like if someone at the church has told you, you should do 10-minute huddles, I would say, man, can I try to shoot for this thing to be like 7 minutes, 8 minutes? You want to get in and get out. You do not want to go long. And the reason why this is because if you belabor the point, you are, and if it goes long and it's like, this gets to the point where it's boring and it's not energetic and it doesn't kind of keep the momentum going, then what will happen is people in the back of their brain, they know, well, that person, every time they do a huddle, there's about 8 minutes of wasted time there. So I'm going to show up 8 minutes late every week because I'm just going to take that time back from them. That is why, I'm sorry, friends, and this is like a condemning statement on myself. That is why people show up late to our stuff. They don't show up late to our stuff because they're lazy. They show up late to their stuff because we haven't structured their time in a way that it feels like every one of those minutes is super important. I get a clap for that? That feels depressing to me. I'm like, and so we've got to, like, if we're saying, okay, this thing, huddle starts at 8:20, is done at 8:30, at 8:20 you start, and it's like, bam, it's off to the races, and you're done by 8:30. We're not going long. We're not belaboring the point. The reason why you leave a little bit of a cushion is because there's nice to have a little bit of a relational cushion at the end of those, of those pieces. All right, number 3, was it inspiring? Was it inspiring? What does that mean? So every huddle, you did this today. This is a part of what I love about this, is you are modeling exactly what you should be doing every week in one of these 10 minutes. So this is about sharing stories. This is about retelling the good things that are happening in your ministry area. Over the last couple of years, our church we started running Alpha. Is anyone familiar with Alpha? Have you guys done Alpha here? Do you do Alpha? You don't do Alpha. So it's a ministry that is designed to help people who don't follow Jesus. It's a place, as a church, we create a space where people who are asking questions about what it means to follow God. And it's great, super well done. One of the things that they do that is fascinating is, and it's through their entire, it's literally in everything they do, is they're constantly having testimonies. They're constantly saying like, hey, we'd love to hear from people. Tell a story about how is God working in your life? We'd love to hear more about that. And it might be difficult when you think about it up front to say like, man, every weekend I have to have something, every time I lead, I have to have something inspiring. I have to have some story about how our ministry is impacting other people. I got to do that at every single huddle. Can I just tell them like, you stand here, you stand there? And the answer is no, you do. Every single weekend, you have to have something that inspires them, that says like, wow, God is doing something great in our ministry. Now, rest assured, friends, what I can tell you is if you add this in as an expectation in your brain or on a checklist like this, what'll happen is you'll start looking for those stories. If it's like, I know next weekend, I got a story for today. I saw this thing happen last Sunday, and now I want to tell people that, and then next Sunday, I don't have nothing. I don't know what's happening. Well, I can tell you what'll happen is today, when you're leading, you will see something that'll be like, I'm going to tell people that next week. So find and the best way to do this, inspiring, is literally just to retell the story. I'm going to tell you a story from Alpha. I was telling these guys this story last night. We had this woman come to Alpha, and so if I was leading Alpha, I would say, hey, you know what? Last week, I'm so excited for this week. We played some sort of goofy game, super excited for that. But last week, in my group, we had a woman that came last Sunday at church, and we gave away Bibles, and because that was a part of what we were doing on Sunday, and she's also coming to Alpha. And so we gave her a Bible. And you know what she did is she came to Alpha, and she said, on Sunday, they told me to read through the book of John. And Alpha, or church is on Sunday, Alpha's on Tuesday. And you know what she did? She went home and she read all the book of John between Sunday and Tuesday, and then showed up to Alpha and was like, they didn't tell me what to do after I read the book of John. They said, just read the book of John. Now what am I supposed to do? And I had this great interaction with her. I was like, I don't think people actually read the book of John when we tell them to read the book of John. They read a few verses and then stop. But she read the entire thing. And I was like, man, that is God at work in this woman's life that she read. And so I got to spend time with her and said, well, you could keep going. Here's some other things you could read. Now, that's a small story. That if I'm in the frame of I'm looking for inspirational stories that help push people, it reinforced with that group of Alpha people, man, isn't it amazing that God's bringing us people who are brand new to the journey of faith? And hey, let's look for those stories tonight. So was it inspiring? All right, does that make sense? All right, next slide. Was it helpful? So people will follow you if you solve their problems. If you want to be more influential here at the church, solve people's problems for them. And so every week in our huddles, this is the practical side of what we're doing. But don't frame what you're doing from the perspective of you're reading off a list, okay, you're going to stand here, you're going to stand there. That kind of. Sometimes this part of the huddle can just it gets degraded pretty quickly. It's just like a checklist. Well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to actually help people. So and what that means is we're trying to anticipate the problems. A lot of what we talked about there earlier was were problems that were coming in that we could have anticipated. We talked about the one in kids ministry over here, and this fine young lady who I was trying to ignore for some reason, and she was saying hey, I don't love it when people don't get down and actually engage with kids. Well, that's a great kind of thing to talk through ahead of time and say, you know what, if you want kids to be more engaged with you, which they would, they're in kids ministry, think the best of them. They're not here because they want to torture children. They're here because they want the good things to happen in kids' lives. Let me show you how to engage with kids. And instead of standing up and talking down to them, get down on one knee and be like, hey, little Johnny, I'm so glad you're here. Nice shirt. Or do you like Paw Patrol or whatever? Give them 3 questions to ask every kid today. And you know what will happen? The fact that you have been helpful to them, you've given them a tool which in that case was like, get down on one knee, give them 3 questions they can answer, and you could think of that in all of your own areas. If you did that week in, week out, people would come to the huddle and say, man, this is going to be a great experience because I'm going to learn and grow. I'm going to walk away with new things. You know things like that as a leader that you implicitly know, but your people don't implicitly know. They don't. That one they probably do. They're just being stubborn. But you know, they not stubborn. I'm just kidding. So it's hard. It's difficult because you've got to think, okay, what are the things that make someone successful in my area that I implicitly know that I need to make explicit, even if it's just reminding people. And if you hang around me long enough, you will hear me say this, that I will say to people, now you probably know this, but let me go over it one more time. Let's talk about it one more time. Because you know what that's doing? It's letting people off the hook. They probably don't know that. Like, for instance, our friends in the worship team who did not know the Gratitude song by Brandon Lake, which I'm like, where have you been? You're sleeping under a rock. You have not listened to this song. And, you know, this is going to sound a little tongue-in-cheek, but you could, one way to approach that is ahead of time before we even get there, say, hey, don't forget to practice. But then in that huddle, we could talk through, hey, here as a worship leader, here are the 3 reasons why I find practicing ahead of time actually increases my ability to lead people today. Let's actually talk through those, try to make it helpful for them. All right? That is number 4. Number 5 is, does everyone feel connected? Now, this is phrased specifically, do they feel connected? Not, did I do something for them to feel connected? Those are 2 different things. So a part of what you've got to do, this is a qualitative thing. When you look around at the end of your huddle, as you're done, you have to look back and say, did we actually do something that these people ended up becoming closer friends with each other? Did we play a game? Did we get a chance to talk with each other? Did I see them make some sort of connections, with each other? That's a qualitative question. It's kind of hard to understand, or it's hard to, it's hard to force, but we do have to think about it. Now, it's phrased like that because we want to think about it from their perspective. You want to see it from their, from the people in your group. Do they, would they have walked away and said, hey, I know people more, or I feel more relationally connected to the people in my, in my particular group? Some of this could be as simple as, I'm like a big fan of old school name tags. I don't know, do you guys ever do name tags here? I love the name tag thing. And a part of the reason why name tags are great is because I'm really bad at names. And actually writing out name tags and then like handing them to people as a leader helps me get to know people. And so I'll actually just call that out with the teams that I'm in. I'll be like, why do we do name tags here? Well, we do name tags because we want people to know each other's names, but I want to give you even these, kind of combine these last 2. Let's talk about some ways that you could use that. So for instance, in one of the reasons why I love it as a pastor, we would actually do name tags and Liquid still does this. They have 1,500 seats in their main auditorium. They try to do name tags for everybody who attends, like all 1,500 people. Now, we don't end up getting that. We usually get about 60% of the room gets it. But if we're serving communion, I love it as a pastor when we would often do the come to the front kind of communion. I don't know what you guys do for communion here, but or if you do communion, hopefully you do communion. As people came to the front, man, I loved it as a pastor being able to say, like if I was handing out an element like, hey, Bob, this is the body of Christ, broken for you. Hey, Fred, this is the blood of Jesus shed for you. Actually using the name tags, actually taking time to actually use them, reinforce with people, hey, that's why we do that. Does everyone feel connected? And then finally, this one, the last one, not last slide. Oh, maybe that, there it is. Okay, I thought it was maybe cut off. Did we pray? Now, this one, you're like, of course we pray, right? But can I encourage you something on the prayer front? This is, in some environments, like on Sunday morning up here, whoever is praying up on the stage with everybody in the room, a part of what's going on in their brain, or might be going on, or maybe I'll say it goes on in my brain when I'm praying. I want to put this thought on you. I'll put it on me. When I'm praying in front of everybody, a part of what's going on in my brain is I'm like, I don't know, not everyone here knows Jesus, and so I want to frame that prayer in a way that makes sense for the fact that there are people in the room that don't know Jesus. I want to, if I have guests over to my house, I want to be nice to the fact that there's guests, and that happens on a Sunday morning in the main room. Now, that's typically not the case in your small group. are in your team, like they're usually most of the people that they're at least aware of Jesus-y things. They're at least have some sense of that, even if they're not fully deciding to follow Jesus. And this is an opportunity for us to have prayer that goes beyond a routine, a Christian closing a meeting kind of prayer. You've been in these kind of meetings, right? Where it's like you're finishing the meeting and they're like, okay, well, let's pray. And we're only really praying because we don't know how to end the meeting. So it's like, well, I guess this is what Christians do. We just say a few words and then we close the meeting. Let's try not to do that in our prayer huddles. Let's take a moment to actually slow down and actually connect with God in that moment and say, Lord, what you're about to do here is just incredible transformation. Like, whether we're in the parking lot team or on the, if you're in guest services or you're serving in kids ministry, man, what an incredible privilege that we get a chance to be here and actually slow down and either pray for the guests that are coming in a way that is, actually slows down and has a moment, or pray for each other just to take time and say, hey, you know what? And you could rotate through. You could say, every week for the next 6 weeks, we're going to just take a moment and pray for one person here. Because we want you to be prayed for. I realize as a person who is for lack of a better word, a professional Christian, someone who does this all the time, I am constantly amazed at how often when we pray for people, and I've noticed this over this last year, I've repeatedly had people say, I've never had anyone pray for me before. I've never had anyone stop and pray for me, which is like a little sad. I'm like, oh, well, you do this all the time for people. But there's lots of people, even people on your team, who have not had someone say, hey, Tim, like, what can we pray for in your area and in your life? And that will shock people a little bit, and they'll be like, what? And I'm like, no, Tim, like, we really would love to. Like, if God could show up tomorrow and change something, what would that be? And then slow down and actually pray for, those people. So this is on the list because what I don't want you to do, or what makes a great huddle, is not just the routine prayer. Okay, like, okay, time's coming, it's finishing up. Okay, let's pray in Jesus' name, amen. And then we head out. And an effective huddle is actually a moment to acknowledge before God the incredible transcendent thing that we're about to do, which is serve the people that God's put in our path. So did we pray? All right, so those are the 6 areas. Super simple, no rocket science there. But thoughts, questions, comments on any of those things, how to make your huddle, or is there something about your huddles that you're struggling with that I can help you with as we wrap up before we go to whatever is next? I can't remember what's next. I should know, but I don't. Anything on huddles? Questions or comments even? Or is there someone here that does a particularly good huddles? That makes their stuff, we could talk about that too. Yes, over here, I see that hand. There's something about this table that I'm ignoring this table. I'll stand here and just look right at you.
In Claire's home, the
Yes.
excitement we have when we break up is everything. Because we woohoo.
Yes.
and we like double high five.
Yes.
And we run around. It's the celebration is everything.
That is a very good point. What's your name, ma'am?
Pamela.
Pamela, nice to meet you. So there's something, I will say this, I'm a Canadian, don't shoot me. I think there's something particularly with Canadians that we don't necessarily demonstratively show that we're excited. And I will oftentimes force people to have some sort of demonstrative thing. We're gonna all put as goofy as it sounds, we're going to all put our hands in the middle, and I'm going to say, on 3, we're all going to yell the word parallel. That's the name of our church, by the way, if you don't know that. 3, 2, 1, parallel. That kind of thing, man, that people feel great about that, a great little thing. Or another one I've done, and again, I don't know why this stuff in Canada feels stranger, but it's like, okay, friends, we're going to do something here. We're going to all hold hands, and we're going to pray. That feels very struggling for some of us. We can't do that. But and you kind of make fun of yourself, we're going to do something that we've never done before. We're all going to hold hands. And that kind of thing as a team, there's lots of things. We're all going to give each other a high five. That kind of, demonstrative, that can fit on that fun category. Hey, it's just something kind of cool. That's great. I love that, Pamela. Yes.
Okay, so on the Lethbridge campus,
That's
I'm
favorite
acknowledging Brad and Trish for this because we do have a usher team
Yes.
who does a huddle. And not only do we meet after our main group meeting, we meet after in
Love it.
between. And so we do the hands in the middle, and we say for love and impact. And it is Brad's favorite thing. He gets mighty excited about it. But you know what that has done? That has brought such camaraderie to our team. We're not just standing here and greeting people. We are serving God, and we are grounding beforehand, and we are connecting as a team, and we have people from all generations in our team, and it's a really beautiful thing. So I just want to acknowledge Brad and Trish for their leadership.
Love it.
And
Way to go,
everyone
Brad and
else
Trish.
that feels connected as a result of that.
Yeah, and that's amazing. Great. I'm assuming Brad and Trish are sitting here. Where are Brad and Trish? Just put your hand up there. There you go. Everybody knows Brad and Trish. I don't know who they are. That's great. Great to meet you. But it goes back to the football thing. It's like the football players, like you think about this, these guys make millions of dollars, like your big NFL player thing, and they do all that same stuff. They like jump around in the huddle beforehand. They like run through a piece of paper that has their logo on it. They, why are they doing all that stuff? Because it frames their mind. It gets them thinking about like, okay, this is why we're here. We could borrow some of that, and yeah, I love that. So good. 3, 2, 1. So good. Love it. Love it. Any other kind of thoughts? Yes, right down front here. Quick questions. Love it.
So first off would be we have a team that, two things. We have a team that rotates, like we're open 5 days a week. And my City Care Lethbridge.
Yep.
We have a team that rotates throughout, so it's not the same team. Every single day is a different team on some level for 5 each day of the week. Yep. So sort of that could look different. The other thing is just regarding the prayer, and again, definitely we want to pray. Yes. But we have volunteers that are coming in from the community and other spaces that either have other faith beliefs or currently don't ascribe to a certain one, and we're trying to figure out what that looks like because we want to have that there, but yeah.
Love it. Great questions. So on the first one, another organization that does huddles before everything, which makes sense. They shouldn't. Like it doesn't make any sense for them to do. Is our friends at the Disney parks, either Disneyland or Disney World. So they gather their teams before every single shift. Before every single shift, they grab those people together, and they see it as a core part of their culture because of the relationship thing. They're like, hey, we want to make sure everybody knows everybody because they rotate through so many people. So they work hard on the relational stuff at every pre-shift meeting. And then and for them, they stress, they call them magic moments. They stress like, hey, let's talk through exactly how we're going to create magic today, which in our area is like, we're going to press the button and so the ride's going to run on time every time. But then the other thing is they say, let's this is a common part of their huddles. They also say, what are some things that might happen today that aren't normal that we could use to leverage to create even a better experience? And so they use that framework. Get to know each other. What's the thing that we're doing that creates magic? And then what are some things that are new that we could do? So I would say in the coffee shop thing, I would push towards the same with your pre-huddle, the same reason. Like we want to get, because we have new people through, it's different people every day. Let's work to meet beforehand and talk about. So if we open at 9, we'd love for you to be here at 8:45, and we're gonna talk through, make sure everybody knows each other. We're gonna talk about what's happening in the shop or whatever the thing is today, and it's really and then you could talk about, are there other things that we other ways that we could create a better experience for our guests today. Then on the prayer thing, I think that's a great question. My approach on praying with people who aren't Jesus followers, and so this is a bonus content. You can take this. You should really talk to somebody at the church because they probably have actual opinions on that. But my thing is, I would if I was leading that huddle, I would say, listen, here at my City Care, I don't know. I always have connect in my brain when I say that word. We think prayer is super important, and you might not, and that's totally fine. Or and we happen to pray to Jesus. You might not pray to Jesus, and that's totally fine. But for us, that's a value, and so I want to take a moment right now, and depending on your level of comfort, say like we're going to have just a moment of silence where we'd love to even if you don't follow Jesus. This is a great time for you to just breathe in and think about what's about to happen. For me, I'm going to actually pray, and so then at the end of that, I'll take a moment to to pray. So I think it's good to model that in front of people who don't follow Jesus and give some context first, which is, It's not just like, hey, we're going to pray. It's like, hey, this is an important piece of what we're going to do. That's a good challenge, though. I love that. I love that there's people from the community. That's a great, that's a great thing. It's good. All right, one last question or comment, and then we're going to move on. Yes. Was there? No, there wasn't one there. All right, so huddles. Friends, really, this is a key tactic for us as we think about the future, an area that I'd love to challenge you as you think about your area. Those 6 questions would be, if I was standing with you tomorrow and we were like, hey, let's try to do a great huddle, that's what I would be saying to you. All right, so who do I throw it to next? All right, come on up, and then we'll thank you. Thanks for being here. Let me be here.
Wow, wasn't that so good, you guys? Can you just give another hand to Pastor Rich? All right, so we are at lunchtime. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly pivot. What I love about Parallel Church is that we invest in you guys, and I love that Rich today really broke it down into how you can invest in your teams. I think that is awesome. Ralph, you can come up. What we're going to do is, because there was so much content that we covered today, this morning already, we're going to actually, Pastor Rich has graciously said that he will open the floor for some Q&As. So if there was anything in today that you have some questions you want to dig deeper into, we want to give you the opportunity to ask of the expert that's here. So I think these guys, I don't know, did you guys get the text on the screen? Awesome. So you guys can text 587-220-2910. Why are people laughing? Oh, yeah, you can text your questions to, and this is actually Tim's phone, and he's going to, any questions that come in, we're going to give Pastor Rich the opportunity to talk to that. To our online audience, you can actually comment in the chat channel, and we will filter through those too. You want to tell us, we're going to lunch next. You want to?
So that's going to happen after lunch.
After lunch.
So during your lunch break, if you're thinking about these great things.
Yep, write them down.
Try and stump them, you guys.
Yeah, make them hard questions.
Right? Like, make them say Okotoks. Anyways, for one thing, I understand the kids are already being fed, so if you've got little ones here, they're being cared for. So give it up for, and you know what? Yeah. Thank the people in the kids team back there, right? And I know our kitchen team wanted limited volunteers serving in there, so I know we got like Will, and there's a few, but thank those guys as well when you go out.
Thank you, guys.
Right? And they got hot dogs, they got chili, they got lots of options out there for you guys on the patio, and it's still sunny out there, so you're going to enjoy that. I'll also just pray before we go. Thank you, God. God, I thank you for this wealth of information that we're getting, God, that you're speaking to our hearts today, God, because we want to do more for your kingdom, God. And we thank you for the amazing wisdom that we're receiving here today. And God, would just help us to apply it. God, thank you for this lunchtime, God, that we can gather together from many campuses and just share our stories and get to know each other a little bit better during this time. God, bless our team for providing the lunch. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And we're going to come back at 1:45, so 12:45, so we have lots of time to do Q&A and still get a breakout this afternoon.
Perfect. Okay, see you out there.
going? Everyone's good?
Hello.
Check.
There we go.
Check.
Welcome back, everybody.
Check.
We'll give everyone a second to come on in and have a seat, get cozy, but not too cozy.
Get cozy. Yours? No.
All right. You're not working. Fine. All right, everybody. I hope you guys had an amazing lunch. Let's give a round of applause to our food team and our kitchen team. You guys did amazing. The food was so good. All right, speaking of really good things, we had an amazing morning. We're going to kind of mine some gold here for a few seconds before we go into the next session. Does someone have something that really stood out from this morning that they would like to share? And if not, we're going to start picking on people.
Check.
There we go. All right. We'll start picking on tables. Just kidding. All right. Who's got something good? What stood out?
All right.
Mitch.
Thank you. Rich, can you talk to us about the tension between a church that's attractive that the unchurched want to go to and the believer that has experienced church in a conventional way for a long time, and because they're still here?
Yeah, that's great question. So yeah, I think you phrased it correctly in that it's a tension to be managed rather than a problem to be solved. My conviction, so I'll put my bias on the table, is that there are enough churches out there for people who want to attend church. Now, that's a dying market. I don't know if you've noticed that, but there's less and less people who attend church. And so I think churches have to, by definition, I think we have to be outsider focused. I think the gospel, one of the things that's incredible about Jesus is every other faith system tells the story of us building our way to God. So every other approach, literally, is like, hey, here are 10 things you can do to gain enlightenment. And every faith system looks different. But the amazing thing about Jesus is that the story of Jesus is literally the reverse. It's the reverse. It's God coming to us. It's God saying, hey, I'm choosing to invade your space. And that impetus, I think, should be at the core of who we are as churches, that we should be we should have an outward focus, and we see that throughout the New Testament. So I think although I think that's what the drive of the church should be, is towards reaching people externally. I would say if we're not using churchy words, if we're not discipling our people towards that, then we're not actually discipling them towards what Jesus would want in their life, and so. There can't actually be like an insider-y church I would say isn't actually a fully discipled church. It's actually not living out what it's supposed to call to do. Now, that sounds great, but we still have to manage that as Christ followers. We do have to build systems and structures that help people grow, and it can't just be all about reaching people. So we have to do both sides of the coin. It's that, both sides of the heads and tails of a coin. You have to both discipleship and evangelism. I think the impetus of the New Testament is towards, if you're going to say 49% one, 51% of the other, I think it does lean towards being outsider oriented. I think we have to. I don't know if that's helpful. I think functionally, what does that look like? I think we have to. I think if you look at a preaching calendar during the year, I think you see churches that are growing, churches that are making a difference, that are reaching people. They tend to alternate and kind of flex between stuff that is things that are maybe easier if you're new to the church to kind of get your head around, and then things that might be in other language that's been used that might be considered more discipleship oriented. Like they kind of use their year to kind of alternate, that they're not always on one track or the other. There's this notion that churches that are growing and making a difference are always just talking about they're all felt needs. It's all about hey, let me help you with your marriage, let me help you. And that's actually just not, statistically, that's just not true. The churches that only ever do that, they actually don't, because I think they're missing both sides of the equation. So I think it's more about how do we craft what we're talking about, how we're discipling people, trying to balance both of those evangelism and discipleship. I don't know if that's helpful. I think most churches struggle, to be honest, with being too insider focused. Like the vast majority of churches, the real problem isn't that they're risking that they're so outsider focused. It's like the local church is the only church organization in the world that our 100% we exist for people who are not here. And so we have to orient what we do around, and that causes all kinds of problems, I guess functional problems. We have to build seats, empty seats. What other organization has to build things that are going to be empty because we have to create space for people to fill? Like that just isn't not normal. Like that isn't how most organizations work, right? So I don't know. That'd be a few of those
So
ideas.
good. Two more. Who else has something to sit up from this morning? Either comment or question? Pam. Making Brian run.
We want somebody over here next, so he has to run all the way back over there.
Kids team in Claresholm is pretty small, but it's growing, and I know it's going to grow a lot more. And so I was thinking a couple weeks ago of starting our own kids team huddle before our full campus huddle, but I had no idea what that was going to look like, even though I've experienced a great huddle with Pastor Brian and Heidi. So everything you said about huddles was amazing. The thing that really stood out to me was, what do I implicitly know that others don't? Because I just keep a lot of stuff in my head. And I just think that others probably comes from lack of self-confidence, but I always think that others know more than I do. So I know stuff, but I keep it in my own head. So it would be good to share it with the kids' team. So thank you for
Just to encourage
everything.
you on that, Pam, there are consistently, if you talk to people who teach others things for a living, they're consistently commenting on, I'm surprised people don't know this stuff. Like it seems like second nature. But that's just actually not true. Like, you have unique experience, you have unique perspective, and the tricky part is doing the kind of the work, the inner work, to figure out, okay, well, how do I articulate this in a way that other people can, it can be kind of received by them and be super helpful. But I bet you there's a ton of stuff, particularly in kids ministry. There's a lot there. So yeah, that's cool. That's good.
Thank you.
So good. Oh, we have another?
No, I'm just looking way
Oh,
over there.
oh.
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 I think for me, one of the biggest things was, a bunch of big things was the 6 questions. We're revamping our team huddles right now, so being able to ask, was it fun and was it inspiring? Being able to ask that even as a team when we're planning for that is huge.
Was there any of those in particular you think you need to improve on?
Was it fun? Yeah, yeah, that's probably, my team could echo it, but.
She's a slave driver. We had pizza together last night, her and her husband, so I can say that. But yeah, no, that's fun.
One more? I saw
Awesome. One more.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation this morning. My name is Tom, and there are a couple of things that really impact me. I've been to this church for quite a few years, but I would think we're in the top 10 or 5% of churches. When you look around this room and you see the young people, the young couples, it really encourages a person that is in the older years. And I think that indicates a very vibrant, growing church. Out of your talk this morning, I go back to Tanisha. She kind of took the words out of my mouth. A couple things there was having fun and developing relationships. And to me, those two things are so important, and they have to be done with intention. It just doesn't happen, is what I've found in life, that you have to do those things intentionally, to intentionally have fun, to intentionally make relationships. So I really appreciated your comments on that.
Thanks, Tom. I would agree with you on the leadership thing too. I think that's one of those ways that you're not a normal church. But yeah, so the church I was at in New Jersey, Liquid Church, our 3 core values as a church were grace wins, truth is relevant, not relative, truth is relevant, and then church is fun. And we talked a lot about fun, and like fun, it sounds like a small thing. It sounds like, oh, like it's kind of like it can be an add-on, but actually the deeper kind of value underneath of that is it's called the good news. It's not called the reasonable news. It's not called the that makes sense news. That's not called it's the good news. It's literally, it should generate joy in people, which means then our communities should actually be the place people should look at us and say, those people are having a good time over there. And how that works itself out, one of the ways it works itself out is like things should be fun when you come to them, because it's like, we're glad to be together. Like, we have the best message we're gonna tell anybody. Like, Jesus died because he wants you to have eternal life with him. That's a good thing, like that's amazing. But then kind of operationalizing that is often, it asks this fun question. I sometimes forget that's, we spent a lot of years talking about how do we make fun and how do you do that, but it is, I realize that it's not something that we often think about in a lot of churches, but you guys have a good fun time, but that's fun. That's good, Tom.
So good. Yes.
Dana Kirby. Yeah.
Pieces, because there was so much value to them. But if they're no longer effective, if they're not producing outcomes, this is Mitch stuff. If there's not an outcome, then what is the value of it? You can keep it, put it someplace, but we want to look at our things to go, did we once value something now that is not really producing and not really bringing what the direction of the church is going? So that's a constant thing, because we've been a part of this church through all those things, right? All those that ebb and flow, and knowing what takes you back onto the mission again is important to keep remembering that. So it's not something that you didn't teach me anything new, sure. but it caught me as going, okay, let's look at those things. What are those things that we were once holding on to? Well, and the tricky part there is like there are things that God has used in our lives that can become museum pieces, right? That it's like, and that can be hard, right? I think we have to predispose our. We have to be looking for, hey, things are going to change, and that's okay. So I am a man of a certain age, and I'm white, which means I wish that every worship leader was Bono from U2. I'm like, that's what I wish. That's, I think, is what it's going to be like in heaven. But like my kids, they're that generation where in their first phone, I don't know, you remember this, like 10 years ago, they dumped a bunch of U2 music on iPhones, and then there was like this revolt. People were like, get this junk off my phone. And I was like, why did you get mad about that? That's like the best thing ever. But, and I've said that to lots of worship leaders over the years. I'm like, this should annoy me. I'm now at the age where the music should annoy me. And I do get a little bit concerned, because I'm like, it doesn't annoy me enough. Like, it's like, we should do new things. Like, there should be sounds here that I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Because if we're going to be next generation focused, if we're going to say we're going to try to pass this thing on, it should be an irritant, particularly to us who have been journeying for a while. We shouldn't come here and be like, wow, this is amazing, because church isn't for us. It's for other people. It's for the next generation. It's for people who aren't here yet. Sorry, bud, sound man. That's so true, because what we did becomes so much a part of us, we have too much identity attached to it. And it's not. You still have value to God in that new season of your life. So if you're hanging on to a role or a position, and I'm talking about a guy's getting up there in campus pastor years too, I'm already looking to the next stage of where I can still bring value and which baton I can pass off to somebody who's ready to go run hard in a healthy way past us. And that's the invite part. We always got to be looking at that mentorship and that other side. Every single one of us. We're not, and if they can do what do they say, 80% of what you're doing, give it to them. And then come alongside them in those things. So we needed this as a church to keep us back. And it's been good. Thank you.
So good. We asked for your guys' questions, and 5 of you sent one in. So
nice.
Bravo. Yeah, we're up there on the participation. So first question for you, Rich, is if you feel your gifting is in an area of financial budgeting, debt-free living, how can you broach that area of teaching for leadership?
Like they feel like they have that and they'd like to offer that skill. Yeah, I would say offer that skill. You'd be amazing how if person who is good at that stuff, you would be amazed. You probably wouldn't be amazed. As a pastor, do you know how many people I have conversations with that their lives can be sorted out if they just manage their money better? Right. So I would raise your hand. If you're in this room, I'd literally talk to whoever your campus pastor is and say, hey, is there a way I could use that to help you? Because I'm sure they can think of half a dozen people that are struggling with finances and would love someone who could help that person walk alongside, because there's so many people struggle with that, and that's a huge area for sure. That's a great, super practical for sure. Now, some churches have a ministry. I don't know if you guys have something, like you guys do like Dave Ramsey stuff or anything like that. Like
Sure, yep.
Financial peace, yeah, like that. You could get plugged in on that, with a ministry like that has a structure around that. But even if it's not outside of that, it's just being a resource. Meet with a campus pastor type person and say, hey, I would be happy to help if there's someone who needs someone to walk alongside them. Because that stuff's easy to you don't think about it, but you'd be amazed at how many people are struggling with debt. I always found FPU, particularly, I found humbling how many people, like it was a guaranteed place of transformation because people were getting their finances sorted out. And I was like, oh, that's kind of humbling. Like we do all this other stuff and it's like, these people are just sorting out, pay off your credit card debt. Right. And it's like, their marriages are getting changed. You're like, we've done a lot of stuff to try to change people's marriages. If we could just help them sort out their credit card debt, that'd be amazing. That's good.
So good. Another question came in. What do you do when someone has a passion for a specific musical instrument or vocals, but they aren't particularly gifted in that area? There is a certain level of excellence, I believe, that needs to happen, but I also know as leaders we need to have grace too. How would you approach this?
Yeah, that's a tension to be managed. So I would say I would approach it from what the vision of our church is, and we're trying to, the stuff that happens on stage, we're trying to project a certain level of excellence in order to connect with people in our community. Now, functionally, what does that look like? I don't know what they're gone now. They had to leave, which is fine. I don't know what the kind of the process by people getting on stage is, but it is good practice to have a predefined kind of audition process that people go through that begs that question. So they're anticipating that coming up. Hey, we're going to ask you to do whatever it doesn't matter what the steps are, but they need to be really clear. This is exactly the 3 steps you're going to go through. And at these phases, we're going to give you feedback. Where this thing goes sideways is we don't have a process like that. Right. And and then people get hurt because it's like, well, you're just no good. And it's like, okay, well, that's not helpful. Like we're not trying to actually help you get better. So I would have a clearly defined process and make sure the process is built in such a way that they know they're going to get feedback. Yeah. People will opt out once they know that. If they're, they may just opt out. I've noticed that in the past. Some folks, they don't even go through the process. Then it's like, well, sorry, this is now you have to actually stick to it. This is the step everybody has to go through to get on to stage. So, like I know some churches, like there's a church in the States, I love what they do. Their thing is, you go through that whole thing and we decide, yes, you've got the skills to do that. Your next step is you're going to serve on the groundskeeping team of the church for 3 months. And you're going to be required to like vacuum and plant plants and cut the grass and all that stuff, because in their church, I'm not saying you have to do this, in their church, they were like, we value humility so deeply that it's like, if you're not willing to like cut the grass and, vacuum and stuff like that, you don't have to do that forever, but you could do it for 3 months, right? Yeah. You serve in that before we let you get on stage somewhere, which I was like, wow, whoa, that's deep, that's good.
Another question, how can we as a team help break the 200 growth barrier?
That's great. So 200 is the biggest, hardest growth barrier to get through. We could have a whole day just on that. One of the big things, I would say there's 2 big things. They all focus on the same issue. So typically churches of under 200 people are relationally wired to an individual. So usually it's the campus pastor or a person there. And what the big thing to get beyond the 200 is people have to develop relationships with each other. We have to see our role as a team as to get people to develop groups. That typically looks like them getting into groups and teams, and those groups and teams being like a relational magnet that they're like sticking to each other. So that's one. And then the second piece is typically the person that's leading it, it's related to the same issue, the person that's leading it is answering too many questions rather than asking enough questions. So they see themselves as the expert in everything. It's like, no, I've got to get other people who can actually do these things. I got to diversify the leadership out of one. That's very, I'm oversimplifying a tough barrier, but those would be the two. I'm happy to talk more about that with, I could send you stuff on that. It's a huge issue. It's a huge area. 200 is a massive growth barrier.
I love it. I have one question that's not on here, but when it comes to summer, how do you kill that summer checkout, half the energy now? Like, how do you kill that mind? And do you do it pre-summer? Do you do it like all year, like you're just infusing vision? Like, how do you tackle that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I do like articulating, particularly in the summertime, ahead of the summer, here's what's happening in the ministry this summer, even if it's a change. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have seasons where there are like, okay, like there's something about, planting and harvesting. Like there are some natural rhythms. I don't think it needs to be full throttle all time. So even if the summer is like a change up, articulating ahead of time, here's what our summer ministry looks like, and we want you to be engaged in these things, what it looks like. I do think is a best practice, not just like rolling into the summer and letting people take the summer off and be like, okay, we're not, I think functionally there is some interesting things in most cultures. People's time seems to change in the summer. Like they ironically get like a little more time, and so which I'm not really sure how that works, but it just seems like they're like, I don't know, they have more time. They're sitting in their back deck more than they do normally. And so I think it's an opportunity. I think it's a good question for the church to ask for us, should we do more in the summer? Should we do different stuff in the summertime? Like, are there things that we can't do during the rest of the year? I get it in our climate, like, we're not in Southern California where we can be outdoors, 12 months a year. And so people want to get outside. So it's like, well, what if we went lean into that? Like, I love the patio thing here. It's crazy. Like, do you guys do that at the other locations too, or is that just a Lethbridge thing? You need to get that at the other locations. That is like, that's a secret weapon right there. Like, I'm like, that's amazing. Like, and let's take advantage of that. Like, if I was your guys, I would like celebrate it. The patio's open, and it's like, that's a part of your church. We're here all summer long, that kind of thing. Because it's unique in this culture. We can't do that in February. Well, you could, but you'd be crazy. So take advantage of it. But that's going to take more work, because whoever does all that out there, that's definitely more work in the summertime than just doing that in the lobby. So, so I try to articulate ahead of time, look at changing it up, try to lean in on the weather stuff.
So good. We thankful? Yes, this is good. Awesome. Thank you so much. Good. Off to you, Rich.
Okay, great. So this last session is half an hour. So it is 1:09. I'm going to try to go to 1:40. I'm going to hold myself. Can I do it? Can I do it? So this is remember I said like we were going to go like a little broader and then narrow down, and then this is a little bit broader again. But this comes as a friend who spends a lot of time talking to other church leaders and talking with church leaders across the country about what they're experiencing. This is trying to help you think about leading and think about your area, and trying to give you a look at what I think are trends that I keep seeing. I keep running into these dynamics in churches. And so I think these are probably impacting parallel, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to talk about 3 different things. Then I'm going to ask you at your table, and we're going to do this all in half an hour. It's going to be amazing. Then I'm going to ask you at your table to have a discussion around how do you see these impacting you or parallel? Then you're going to have that conversation. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're looking at trends impacting parallel, and you might not even know it. So change is hard as a leader. I don't know if you know this. It is hard to lead change. You can go to the next slide there. I was talking to Jessie. She is helping with slides. She's doing a fantastic job. I do feel universally bad for the slide people. It's hard in every church. But change is hard. And, leading change is hard. It's hard to move people to a more desirable future. You would think, like, that's what leadership is, moving people to a more desirable future. And, you'd think everyone wants to do that, but that's not true. Like, people are stuck. People are, that's why we need leaders. That's why we need people like you, because we have this propensity as humans to stay in the same thing, like to not want to take new steps. And And so it's just difficult, but then it's even more difficult in a culture that keeps changing. I don't know if you've noticed this, but like the culture we serve in keeps changing. And so the dynamics that we lead in are different today than they were 5 years ago, than where they were 10 years ago. And, you know, like I even remember 5 years ago, we would talk about this and I would have to belabor this point with people and be like, you know that like the culture is shifting around you. And people would look at you and I'm like, yeah, like, and they'd try to give some examples. But now it's like, you know, well, like you just see like the world pre-COVID and post-COVID. Doesn't it feel like different? Like stuff has changed. It's just different. You know, things have shifted in our culture. You know, you know, politically, things have got like really divisive. Like even the fact that I just said politically, some of you in the room are like, oh my goodness, it's a fact. Where I used to be able to say that 5 years ago and it would be like, what are you talking about? I guess they're kind of divided. But now it's like really divided. Like you do not want to talk about things because it could blow up in your face. So change is hard, but it's even more hard in kind of a changing culture, how the world, the context we change in. Years ago, I sat down with a friend at one of those fancy restaurants, and we were talking about this. And you know when someone says something to you and it sticks in your brain, you cannot get it out, it's stuck in your brain. That's what this person did. We were talking about this, and he said, yeah, this is the way I think about leadership. And we were in one of those fancy restaurants with the craft paper and the crayons. You know that's like highbrow restaurant. And so he's on the table in front of me, he draws out this right here. Now, it obviously didn't look that nice because it was in crayons. And it was a line like that, and there are arrows on both ends, and then a little hash mark in the middle. And this friend of mine, dear friend, who's led a whole bunch of different stuff, said, you know, the way I think about it is this. So this line represents everything that your church does. This represents everything that Parallel Church does. And that little hash mark in the middle, everything on this side of the line is pushing the mission forward. It's making us more like the church that God's called us to be. Now, everything on that side of the line is slowing us down. It is making us not be as effective. Now, just even that alone is a lot to admit to you as a leader, that there are things here at Parallel today that we are doing that are pushing us forward, and there are some things that are slowing us down. That may be a novel idea for you, but it is true. There are things that we do, even related to our whole conversation from this morning when we started. Like, there are things that we just do that we keep doing because they're museum-y, and eventually they'll end up in the mausoleum phase, and we've got to figure out what those things are, but they're here. They are in our midst. Now, the difficulty is, over time, what takes place is, next slide, and he draws another line out, and he says, you know, the culture changes, the culture shifts, and then draws out this other line, and then goes to the next slide. There's this weird zone that's represented by that blue box, which is things that we used to do as an organization that before the culture shifted, they were effective. They actually did help push the mission forward. But because the context, that other line, changed, because the world that we're in changed, now, if we just keep doing those things in the same way, our ministry will be less effective. They'll slow us down. And so like examples from that in my ministry career. So this is going to give you a little bit of light of how long I've been in ministry. This stuff was not actually happening when I first started, but I remember early on in ministry, people talking about bus ministry. Now, have you guys ever done bus ministry? You probably did at some point. So bus ministry, there were churches, including this church, that used to have buses that would drive around the neighborhood and pick up kids and say, hey kids, why don't you come to church on Sunday morning? Hey little kiddies, get on our bus and come to church. Just saying it sounds creepy. You're like, that is just wrong. Like, if we tried that today, hopefully we don't do bus ministry anymore. I'd be stepping on all kinds of problems. I'm leaving, it's fine. If you kept doing that today, like, obviously, that's like an obvious example. People would look at Parallel Church and they would say, what exactly does Parallel mean? Like, what? That's very odd. They pick up children. But it was legit ministry. Like, that was like, it was a well-worn way to reach communities, and comes from a great spot, and actually, like, it tapped into something that we know, which is if you can reach people's kids, that their parents do tend to follow, like, that's all true. But why does that not work anymore? Well, it's because the line has shifted. The culture has shifted around us. Now, that's like an extreme example, but the problem is it's very difficult to see what's in that blue zone. It's very difficult to see what that. And so what we're going to talk about, next slide, is 3 things that I think are 3 ways that the culture has shifted, that these are early kind of ideas that are kind of, that I think are, they're and when you talk about culture, it's like very hard to kind of nail down. They're things that I think have shifted that are impacting how we should serve. And so what we're going to do is we're going to talk about these things, like I said, throw it to you, and you're going to talk about it at your group. How do you see those things impacting your ministry? And then, the ultimate question is, are there things we should change because of that, if that makes sense? So 3 things that are 3 cultural shifts that are impacting our church. Let's look at the next slide. So the first one is this: trust in church leaders declined during the pandemic, and it wasn't in a great place to start. So I don't know if you have seen the statistics on this, but there was, so church leaders, which I'd put us all in, whether you're on staff or not, during the pandemic, are the overall, Gallup does and again, these American statistics, don't shoot me. Gallup looks at a whole bunch of different careers and says who has the trusted, who's the most trusted and who's the least trusted of industries. And there were a number that made big shifts during the pandemic. Can anyone think of one that went up really, really well? That do you just even think in the last couple of years? What's a role that everybody's like, man, we trust them more now? Can you think of what that might be? Medical, so nurses particularly. Nurses went way up on the list during the pandemic. People were like, wow, those people are amazing. There was one other that went up, took a big jump up during the pandemic. Anyone just guess? It's just interesting. Kind of. What's that? Teachers. Ding, 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 ding. That's the other one. People looked at teachers and were like, man, teachers, they are amazing. The fact they put up with our kids, and then we might have given them a disease, like that's pretty incredible. But the 2 that took the biggest drop, one was pastors, religious leaders. Was not the largest drop during the pandemic. What do you think the largest drop was? Politicians, exactly, fell to the very bottom of the list. Actually, at the very bottom of the list is federal, so senators in the states, is the least trusted people, which is just like a non-political statement. Isn't that fascinating? But we took a dramatic fall. There used to be a time, believe it or not, and this is probably none of our lifetimes, but there used to be a time. Does anyone remember the show Little House on the Prairie? Like that actually was kind of true. Like the minister was actually looked at as like they're like a really trusted person. Like they were really liked. Like people actually liked pastors. Now it's like, those people are kind of weird. Like, so it has taken a huge drop. So what does this mean? So this is definitely a dynamic. People look at you and me as leaders in a church, and there is less trust there today than there was 4 years ago. People look at us with more suspicion. They look at what we do as leaders particularly, and are like, I don't know about those people. So let's go to the next slide. So this is some of the implications of that. We have to stop assuming people care, meaning that they care about us, that they think that we're a big deal at all. That they look at us and think like we have something to offer. Again, getting back to the Little House on the Prairie kind of silly example, there was a time where pastors, religious leaders, Sunday school teachers were like the most educated people in town and were the people that people look to solve problems. Now, they don't do that. So a couple kind of implications of that. There's this one guy who totally respect on this conversation. He tells the story like this. He says, there used to be a time where in Canada, in the States, this, Canadians know this more intuitively than Americans. So if I say this in the States, they're like, whoa, that's a really dynamic idea, but you'll get this really quickly because you're smart Canadians. There used to be a time where if you thought about the religious makeup, the kind of religious leadership makeup, it was a rectangle table. On one end of the table were Christians. On the other end of the table were maybe Jewish folks, or maybe it was like Protestants and Catholics were on either end of the table. But like our type of church was on one end of the table, meaning we had like a lot of say, and then there was someone else, maybe Jews, maybe some other group on the other end, and then everybody else was kind of down the side of the table. It was a rectangle table, but there were a couple groups that were super dominant. That's just not true anymore. We live in a round table world where we are seen as we have lost, as the kind of Christian group in town, we have lost the ability to speak with any kind of authority, and have to interact with other religious groups. Even we were talking about this, having other folks that serve in our areas. That's like very typical of, and a good thing. We have to figure out how to do that because that's the culture that we're in. We no longer sit in a culture where we are seen as like, hey, those are the people we should respect. So I think that's a real dynamic. So during the pandemic, QAnon, if you don't know what that is, praise Jesus. You don't know about it, that's great. Conspiracy peddlers are a problem for all of us, regardless of what you think. So the church has been backed into a corner and been labeled as being peddlers of conspiracy theories. We're seen as a place where, like, we generate that stuff. People assume that, that is where those things come from. So I think that leads us that we need to think more like missionaries. The other interesting piece of this puzzle is I think many of us have a framework in our mind that we think of our culture as post-Christian. Like we think, this place used to be Christian. And a part of the reason why that is because you drive around Lethbridge and there's like churches here. You drive around and there's like old churches in town and stuff. So you think post-Christian. But it could actually be that we're more pre-Christian, that actually most of the people we're reaching, they don't have any context of who we are. There's so much of what happens here. Like if you were to pull up 15 people we were to walk down Lethbridge tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. or 11:30, whatever time your service is, and pull 10 people who weren't in a church anywhere and said, what happens in churches today? They would be like, I really have no idea. I have no context to what is happening there. Maybe they sing, they don't have any, it would be similar to you, like you're in like if you've never been to any other religious ceremony, like have you been to a synagogue? Like you would be very hard for you to speak with clarity around what actually happens at a synagogue, or like if you haven't been to a mosque, you'd be like, what happens at a mosque? And you'd be like, I really have no idea. That's most of the people in our culture, where I think a lot of us are holding on with this idea that we're post-Christian, that there's like people that we just have to kind of get over some hurdles in their brains and they'll follow Jesus. Well, actually, it's more profound than that. They're suspicious of us and they're pre-Christian. So that's one of the dynamics, that there's a growing decline in trust of leaders, particularly church leaders. All right, let's go to the next slide here. All right, Gen Z, our friends Gen Z and then Gen Alpha, which is the group that comes after that, say they feel less connected to their church during and post COVID-19. 43%. That is a staggering statistic. So this is, next slide. As Gen Z goes, there goes your church and mine. So our ability to transmit, this, but just let this sink in. Our ability to transmit the message of Jesus to the next generation means we're one generation away from the gospel being extinct in our culture. And that's always been true. We always have to be thinking about the next generation. Every generation has to turn around and think about what are we doing to pass this thing on. Now, the difficulty has been there's been a number of pressures on Gen Z and Gen Z, and Gen Alpha over these last few years that have made this group less connected. And I would argue that this group was the most profoundly impacted. I know everyone was profoundly impacted by COVID, but I would say this group was the most profoundly impacted. If you look at the, even just the numbers here, if you say 19% of 15-year-olds, these are American statistics, so you probably have to cut them in half. If you look at, in Canadian statistics, 19% of 15-year-olds attend church, well, only 9% of 19-year-olds. There's something that happened. There's like a 5 or 6 year window, and I'd be intrigued and when I've talked with churches in details about this, we're all finding this similar window. There's like a profound window of kids in high school and just post high school where they have struggled to keep those people. Now, maybe that's not the case here at Parallel, but there's a significant issue there. Ambivalent screenagers, I love that name. This idea of people who that's a funny way to say it, but we're that generation. We've given them devices and just said, "Great, this will raise you," and that's not a guilt statement, but that is what's happened culturally. We've said this thing will help you, and the difficulty is, I do think we're all going to look. We look at the ads back in the 50s for smoking that said 8 out of 9. Doctors recommend Marlboro cigarettes, and we look at that and are like, that's crazy. Like, those people are nuts. Our kids and our grandkids are going to look at the way we handle social media and screens with our kids in the same way. Like, just get used to that. That's going to happen. Eventually, people are going to look at you and say, you're crazy. I can't believe you did that. You were alive when you used to just give people devices? That's unbelievable. And that has all kinds of, there's tons on this. There are all kinds of, negative stuff there. So there's a number of critical developmental pieces that were born, that really did bore the brunt of the pandemic. So they're, in that, say, if you went into the pandemic, say 12 to 16, 17 years of age, that group in particular, there are a number of social milestones that group missed. That are having a profound impact and could have a profound impact on us long term. So, and then, like our friends at Apple Computer, did you see this thing they released this week? This, like, the goggles thing, the vision thing, like, I'm sounding more negative than I normally sound. I realize I sound like I'm like an old man, a crotchety old, get off my lawn. But, like, that thing just seems weird to me. I'm like, the saddest part of that was, like, there's a guy, like, cooking at his house, and there's a kid. Did you see this video? This is Apple actually put this out. It's a thing, a headset thing that's augmented reality. And there's instead of engaging with his kid who happens to be there, he's like cooking while he has this thing on his head, and then he like hands his son his dinner. And I was like, wow, if that's the future we're headed for, that seems really fairly dystopian. Like that would be concerning to me. So there's an issue you're going to have to deal with in your church. I don't know what the answer is. You're going to talk about it in your group in a minute. All right, last one. Let's take a look at this. So our commitment model has changed probably forever. So when I started in ministry, which again, I'm sounding like an old man, the first church I worked for, which is not that long ago, like that's, 30 years ago, 90s, that was 30 years ago, 25 years ago. We had Sunday morning service. This is what we'd say to people. This is what we meant by commitment model. We'd say, come to church on Sunday morning. Then we're going to have a great Sunday morning service. We also had Sunday morning adult Bible schools, so you do that too. And then you come back on Sunday night, and you'd come for a different service. You did not have to wear a tie to that service. You could come without a tie at that service. And then you would do a small group, because we were just starting small groups, so you'd also have a small group. And then Wednesday night, you'd come back and you would do Bible study, or you'd do prayer meeting on Wednesday night. So we did, and that was just considered normal. Like that commitment model was not for leaders of the church. That was just like, that's what everybody did. You should do all those things. If you're a part of our church, you do that. 5 or 6 different things. And we've all seen this, right? What has happened over time? We have cut a bunch of those things, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. Like, we've cut a bunch of that stuff. And now our commitment model is, could you please show up like once a month would be amazing. Like, if you came here once, 1.3 times a month, you would be incredible. So that we would love it if you could do that. And, we've seen that continue, to slide over the time. And particularly in the last few years, we have seen that commitment model just continue to be, eroded. What it means to be a member of a church, member of Parallel, an active, engaged part of this community just keeps getting smaller and smaller. I don't know what to do with that, but you're going to talk about it in your group, and you'll figure it out. So the next slide here. So getting people to plugged in does have some interesting, profound impacts. So engaged people invite people who actually like love your church, like come more than 1.6 times a month or 1.3 times a month. They actually are most likely to tell their friends about church. And so what does it mean that our commitment model is eroding? It means that people are going to be less likely to invite their friends, which means we will reach less people. So there is negative downstream consequence of people having less commitment to, what we do. WIFM, does anyone know what WIFM stands for? Has anyone heard that? It's like an acronym. Yes. What is in it for me? WIFM, so this is one of those areas where you can debate me and talk about it in your group in a minute. But people's orientation to the world has always been, they are selfish. They are, what is in it for me? But the culture has turned up the volume on this. One of the things that social media has done in particularly is we are used to our experiences being fine-tuned and tailored to me. Do you know how radical of that idea is? That like you can open up your phone, flip through Instagram, and 0 people in the world will see the same thing. That algorithm is learning you. It's trying to say, I want to find the exact right thing for you. And you've had this happen, right? Like like the one I had recently was I was talking with a friend who lives in Paris about the Paris Olympics. I didn't even know the Paris Olympics are going to be in Paris. And I was talking about the Paris Olympics, and he was telling me some cool stuff about the Paris Olympics. And all of a sudden, magically, what happens on my phone? Stuff for the Paris Olympics starts showing up. Now, I don't know what is happening there. Like this is very strange to me that that's happening. But if you can get beyond they're listening to us thing, and think about the fact that somewhere people are making a decision to try to customize this thing directly to me. Now, the problem with that is people's ongoing expectation of how the world should function, that everything should be completely customized to them and to their specific needs. So what does that mean for us as a church? I think we have to articulate what we do. The language we have to articulate to them is how being a part of whatever it is we're talking about as a church, how that is actually beneficial for them. You can no longer say, you should be in a small group. You need to say, you need to start with questions. Are you looking to connect with people? Do you want to grow in your relationship, with your relationship with Jesus? Do you have questions you're not sure what to do with? We've got this thing here at the church called small groups you should join. We have to position stuff from their point of view, from where they're coming from, not from what we need. It used to be the church is open, you should show up. That's literally the commitment model when I started. It was like, we're running something, you better come here. And we did. Like, that was amazing. People, I know you find that hard to believe, but that actually used to work. Like, we're going to open something, people would show up. Now it's like, people don't care. They want to know what's in it for me. The third part of this is, we need more metrics. And this is for people who particularly are in like leadery type positions, but we need more metrics than just, noses and nickels. So like how many people are actually attending stuff and how much money are we generating? Those are not good, well, they're fine, you should track those things, but they're incomplete statistics. We have to track more than that. We have to figure out how we track are people actually engaged. One of those examples would be, and I don't know what your practice is here, so I apologize for that. Like it used to be, we'd have people sign up for, this is true, we would have people sign up for small groups, and then they would show up for small groups. Remember that? Like people would or you would say, I'm going to volunteer. I will get on a schedule to volunteer. You'd have like Volunteer Sunday, and people would sign up for volunteering. And then you know what they would do? Is they would actually show up and volunteer. Like those two things were connected. But those two things are not necessarily connected anymore. People's intention and their actual action are two different things. And that's why we use stuff like Planning Center to try to track all that. What is the gap between people signing up and showing up? That's an interesting engagement number. That's something we should know about. Another interesting engagement number is like how many first-time guests do we have every Sunday? We used to just we didn't have to think a lot about that. Guests would show up, we'd be nice to them. Now it's like, and I see it, you guys do it here. You're like handing out gifts and like doing the jig to try to, get contact information from those people. That's an important number because it gives us an insight into engagement. So these are the three issues. The first one is this distrust of the church and church leaders. The second is this whole Gen Z, Gen Alpha issue that kids, that particular generation is, that we're seeing a departure that has been accelerated because of COVID and all this stuff in the last few years. And then third is this commitment model. We see an erosion. People are less committed than they were. That's showing up in less participation. What I want you to do is, you're going to talk for 5 minutes at your table. Which of those three, among your table, which of those three, do you see those impacting your church, our church here, Parallel? And what implication does that have? I'd love for you to kind of talk about that, and then we'll pass around the microphones, hear a little bit about that, and then we'll wrap up. Does that make sense? So take 5 minutes. Maybe we can have some fancy talking music, engaging back and forth music. I know they have that back there. They're going to play it here in a minute. And you're going to be like, that's true. That is what that music is. So take 5 minutes and let's do that. Okay, 45 seconds, almost a minute to kind of wrap up. Which of those do you see, or can you see evidence of that even here at the church? Okay. I was right. I said Curtis was going to play some talking music, and wasn't that perfect? That was like perfect. It's like nice. Did you pick that music? No, that came from upstairs? That came from, oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. It's great music. That made me feel like I should talk to people. It's good selection. Professionals up there in the booth. All right, so could you see those? This is a little bit of a, and make you, my hope is that you walk away thinking about the future of your church and wrestling with, hey, what is changing in our culture? And maybe this really connects to where we started the day, which is like, maybe there's some things we should be looking at changing. Maybe there's some stuff that we should be wrestling with. The difficulty is I'm not really giving you any answers. I'm just saying there's some interesting problems. You should deal with it. But you're all leaders, so you can deal with that. Well, any kind of interesting conversation that came up while we were talking there? Anybody that particularly felt like they had kind of, discussion at their table that was noteworthy? Tom here at this table? Thanks, Anthony.
This is a test. Thank you. At our table, when we looked at mistrust of leaders, Gen Z, and commitment, I believe we agreed more that our issue here would be mistrust of leaders. And part of that is because of COVID, because of misinformation, because of media, because of politicians. I think that transfers into the church. So the people that we're trying to reach, which are people out there, not people in our church, have that natural mistrust. Just because, well, all of us, I think, could say, what is truth today? It's a big issue. What is truth? Because we're having so much spin. I think we are doing not bad with the Gen Z. And I want to backtrack on the mistrust. I believe our church is doing a good job on building trust with My City Care, with our graduation program, with our Shop to Wonders and Night to Shine. Some of those things that we're reaching out to the community and we're showing, absolutely, you can trust us. For sure. And when people come in, I think they're feeling that trust. The other thing with the Gen Z, I think we can always work on that. Yep. But I see the 15 to 19-year-olds as not leaders of tomorrow, but leaders of today.
So true.
And I think we have to keep reinforcing that, because I, in particular, am encouraged with the young people that I talk to and the thoughts that they have got and how they are, a lot of the young people that I'm talking to have critical thought. And so they're asking questions. They're evaluating what we're saying. And I just think we can do more as far as treating them as leaders today.
Love it.
And commitment around our table, wow, every Sunday we see greeters at the door. Every Sunday there's a whole army of people that are preparing food and drinks, and so that we can fellowship after church and create relationships, and that commitment is huge. Today we saw again an example of that commitment. I was talking to some of our people. They made all those ice cream sandwiches. Like, really?
Yeah. Woo! Ice cream sandwiches for the win.
And, the people that prepared the chili, people that prepared the hot dog. Like, I just think we're over the top in commitment. We discussed some of those things around our table.
Love it. So good. Well, and even just like on the trust one, I totally would agree. I think the work that you're doing with My City Care, and I think that's a huge trust builder. I think even the fact that Pastor Kelly's away for these 3 months, I think it's 3 months, right? 6 months, 12 years. So eventually he's coming back, we think. I haven't said this to him, but I said it to a friend of mine who went on a sabbatical last summer, who his church did not have, which I don't think you guys have a pattern of that being like a normal thing. And I said to this friend of mine, I said, listen, we now more than ever, way too many Christian leaders like step on a moral landmine. And a part of that, like when you listen to those people tell those stories, it's they get burnt out, they get strung out, they work too hard, they blah, 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 whatever. And then Satan gets a door in there and really negative things happen. And so the fact that Pastor Kelly has the foresight to be like, okay, I need to like manage this stuff better than maybe other people. That's a part of building trust, right? Because we know, like, if a guy like Pastor Kelly steps on a landmine on that stuff, man, that just generates all kinds of mistrust in the community. So yeah, I love that. That's a good example of that too. Yeah, that's good. Over here.
We're all from the Okotoks campus here, and we kind of just looked at the bottom two. We don't have very many Gen Zs in our church. We have a majillion 0 to 8-year-olds. That is an accurate word. I teach math. And so in like 10 years, we'll have a bunch of that 15 to 18, 19-year-old age group, but kind of thinking, okay, what are we missing because we don't have them? How do we attract that age group? Like I can count 5 that fit in that age group.
Yeah, that's great.
For our church. So what are we missing because of it? And then what do we put in place so our teens or our early teens, we've got a good little group of those coming up, when they hit that age group, how are we going to keep them here, right? Like how is that something? And then we talked also about commitment. Couple of us lead teams here, and that what is in it for me, I think Amy talked about it earlier, when there was a focus put on like the moms group or the family time with the dinner, the growth was seen there because people saw value in that, right? So how do we reframe a lot of our things to see how do we get that value so it attracts people into it? Because yeah, commitment, as I've kind of implied, we have so many families and things get busy and people have kids in 8 sports. And so it's like, how do we make them see the value in being involved in a group or serving at church? And how does that not take away from the other things they're trying to do in life?
Love that. That's so good. You know, the next gen thing is I mentioned this earlier. I've sat with a number of church leadership groups, boards, leadership teams when they've decided to close their church. And I would say the losing kids in the church is the most painful part of that. At that moment when the thing kind of dies, the thing that they're sad about is it's like, I've heard time and again, it's like there hasn't been a kid in our church for 10 years, like 15 years, and some, like our toys are like, no one's ever used those, like that, and there's an understanding at that kind of death moment, like, oh my goodness, like we really missed the ball. But it starts with like asking the exact question you're asking, which is, it's not bad now, it's great, like it's good, but it's like, hey, there's a segment here that we're missing. How do we keep an eye on that ball? How do we keep an eye on that? I just love that. That's so good. Yes, back here, and then it's not me that's going over, it's you. You're the people that are talking, so.
I'll be quick. So our table has people who have been here for 40 years, and we have people who have been here for 5 years. And it was really cool to hear the 40-year experience and then the 5-year experience coming in, looking at it from the outside. And my takeaway from this conversation was how incredibly crucial My City Care is. Because we can't say anymore, oh, just come to our church. But we can say, have you heard of My City Care? And how important of a link My City Care is to our church. I always knew My City Care was important, but I think I realized today how incredibly important it is.
Absolutely. That's good. That's a good word. Yeah, that's a forest and trees. And I've said this, like, I think My City Care is amazing, but I'm like, and it's very rare in the country. Like, what you guys are attempting to do there is crazy and amazing. And I do think it's a part of what God is using and will continue to use. That's great. Maybe this is the last one here.
All right. So our group is pretty much all kids ministry people from Lethbridge and Claresholm. And as we were kind of going through the list, the one that stood out was the third one, the commitment model. And I feel like that's always the one that like kids ministry like is screaming to the top of their lungs is we need more people. But we've got a pretty solid group of people, but some of the things that came up was like, how are we ensuring that people feel like their time is valued here? Like, it takes a lot of work to get your kids out the door, and it takes a lot of work to like get to church and like to make those regular commitments. And like, how are we celebrating people and like ensuring that they're being seen, heard, and known for all of those commitments that they're making, and just making sure that it is something of value to them and that we are prepared for them, and that when they come here, it's not like, oh yeah, you're here, like I'm so happy you're here, like I don't have anything prepped, like making sure that it's like, I'm ready for you, I'm ready to see you. If you're coming in and you're looking frazzled, like, can I grab your kid, can I open the door, can I get you your coffee, like what can I do to just ensure that we're making this as easy as possible for you to get here and to serve.
That's good. Yeah, the thing that's amazing about kids ministry, I love what you said there around articulating it, because I think on that one particularly, it's about framing what we're doing from the eyes of the people we're trying to reach. It's like, why is it important for them that they bring their kids? Like, how is this going to benefit their kids that they're engaged with this? I think that's a good question to keep asking. And it may not be self-evident, right? Like, it's like, because it's not necessarily a question we ask all the time. It's like, we have to think about it from that perspective and then articulate that back to them and like communicate, hey, this is, when you do this, this is the kind of change that, you'll see in your kids, or here's the kind of change we've seen in other kids that have, journeyed here. I just, I think that's amazing. The kids ministry is always it's a huge lift on both sides of the equation. It's a huge lift to do it as a church, and it's a huge lift to get parents to bring their kids, because they, they have a lot of other pressures in their life, and this one, unfortunately, can get cut pretty quickly. And so we want to work I think that's really clear, really prescient idea there. How do we articulate what we're doing in a way that, captures their attention? Well, friends, it's been wonderful being here today. I want to end where I started. I really do think that God is doing something super unique in your church. I do not say that everywhere I go. That is not a like, it's like the band that's like, Lethbridge, you're the best. Like, that's not what that is. I really do think that and that is largely because of your leadership, because you're showing up today, but because of what you're going to do tomorrow. You're going to, whatever it is, you're standing at the door, you're greeting people, you're in kids ministry. Those things is where it's in that, the details of that God's going to change your community. And so I'm a fan from afar. I'm one of those people that cheer from you from the other side of the country and just excited for what God's doing. So I'd love to take a minute and just pray for you, if that's okay, and then we'll move on with whatever is coming next. Is that good? Let's do that. Come, Holy Spirit. Lord, we ask that you would invade these people's lives in a way that that is just so evident to this community. Lord, we pray that you would do something, you'd continue to do something amazing, even tomorrow, Lord, that we'd be surprised by how people are drawn to you, that we'd be surprised by how they're connected to what it means to follow you, that we'd be surprised by the amount of life change we're seeing. Lord, I continue to ask for your favor on this church, that you'd use this as a place, as a beacon of hope here in southern Alberta, that you'd use this as a community that will be known by its love and its care, its unrelenting desire to want to be for their communities. Lord, I pray that you'd just fuel that. And Lord, as we go into the summer, I pray that we know that there's a bit of a different rhythm. Things look a little different. I pray that you'd use that season to grow us, to grow our teams, to bring more people, and that we would hit the fall running this fall, that you would use that even kind of a different season, that you'd use that to recalibrate us for the season that's ahead. Lord, I sense what I said at the beginning of the day. I sense that this church is on the front end, not on the back end of what you want to do. That this church is just at the very start of how you want to use it. So Lord, I pray that you'd empower these people in a way that would draw more people to you, would see people get connected to you, would grow in their relationships with you. Lord, I thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to spend just a little bit of time with them. In your name we pray. Amen. Thanks, friends.
Thank you. Thank you, Rich. That was really, really a challenging conversation this afternoon. Can we just give it up for Rich one more time? Thank you. I also want to say thank you to you guys for coming in, investing in yourselves, and to grow into all that God is calling us to. And you know what, guys? God has given Parallel a really big, big vision, and you guys have a vital part to play. And I also just want to say, we're going to close out the day now, but I want to just encourage you not to just take notes, close your notebook, go home, and not open it up until next team day. Really, this conversation is too important not to continue with our teams. And I'm just going to say a quick prayer, and then we'll head out. So, Lord, we just want to thank you for just everything that you've imparted into us today. May it be transformational and not just informational. And as we break for the rest of the day, I just ask that you would empower our conversations and that we would depart better, stronger, and more inspired than when we arrived. In Jesus' name, amen. Have a good rest of your day, guys.